All right, hello everybody. Welcome to our 19th episode with a very special guest and a dear friend of mine and possibly of Troy as well. I'm not going to put words in Troy's mouth. Lycan is one of the staples of our scene. I know him as Justin. You know him as Dallycan or Dalycan or just Lycan. But we found out today Dallycan is still in your Skype handle. So
it is.
Now, there's going to be an interesting story involving Lycan's beginnings, because for many of you here, you never got to see him play, but he started out as a competitor multiple seasons in the original beginnings of Pro League before eventually transitioning to a coach. And then since then, well, he's a world champion. So, Justin, welcome to the show. If you'd like, as we always do, start at the beginning, your humble beginnings in Rainbow Six.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for having me, first off. I'm happy to be here. First off, for me, it was a interesting transition period for me gaming wise. I had been playing League forever, and I was trying to find a different game to play. And at the time, I decided to play Heroes of the Storm, which, I mean, I wasn't really changing much. I was sticking with MOBAs, I guess. And my brother got me a key for closed beta. And so back then, I don't know if most people remember, but you had to have perfect nat types to be able to play with each other. And my brother and I both had closed beta keys, but we couldn't play with each other because of our nat types. And the only way that we could play with each other was if we had another person that would invite us both into the same party. So we would usually play at the same time and in Discord together, but we wouldn't really get to play games together that often, which was kind of a bummer, but I'm glad we worked through that as a game. Played through closed beta. I loved it because it was a mix of operators having their own abilities. So it was kind of MOBA-esque, but also to a shooter, which I was looking to get into. And from there, I just kind of waited for the open beta came out. I played all that. I loved it. And then I literally have been playing it ever since. Quit playing Heroes of the Storm. I quit playing all games. The only other games I'd play is kind of like Hearthstone on the side or something. And I just grinded Rainbow Six. And that's how I kind of got into it. How I got into comp was basically in January, quickly after the game came out. A guy named Fluffy, he had these tournaments that he put on, and got into those. And I was under a team called Chess Shots Only. Was the first team that we came up with, and it was me, my brother, B Sharp or Brody. He changed his name. He was in season 1 with me on Astral Authority, and then Amethyst, who's a real life friend of mine who was also on that season 1 team. And then we had basically a rotating fifth, which is just people all we picked up literally playing casual and ranked. We were that's how we found B Sharp. We just had a good time playing with them, and I just added him, and we just kept playing with him. Same thing with Exec, who later on went to make Continuum. I found him in just a casual game, and we were just playing, and we saw that he was a streamer, added him, and then started playing with him, and then he started playing comp with us. So yeah, we at first we thought it was just something fun to do. I'd never played really besides League Go Force. Never really got into playing video games that competitively, and we would win a lot of games, and so we just kept doing it.
I mean, my first recollection of who you were came through CCS. And at the time, I'm pretty sure around those days you were on Onslaught, I want to say, with Talon.
Yeah.
This is obviously going to be when we get into it, a fun story, but it seems like there was no stability in the early scene of Rainbow Six. You know, you go back and you try to sift through the Liquipedias, or you try to sift through the VODs of these NA teams from even the first 4 to 5 seasons of Pro League. And with the exception of maybe a dozen people, the rest just seem like they got Thanos snapped out of existence. It's not even that they don't play anymore. It's just that nobody knows where they go. It's just they were vaporized. Like, how much of a challenge is it for you to build a roster based on people who are going to play like a season or two and then just oof?
Yeah, especially, I mean, back then it really was kind of like a kill or be killed, honestly. For me, and I think too for Troy, for the most part, once he settled down, I had made my own teams because I was in IGL. So I never really was in that much jeopardy because I was the foundation until the story we tell later, which we'll get there. But no, that my first ever experience with Troy actually was before the first season ever started. We competed in a tryout against each other for the Team Mythic spot. I was the IGL and captain of which we became Heist when ESL like started their like first ever Go for qualifier pro league tournaments, and we were doing really well in that. I think Troy was on a team called AOX, which became Kingdom, and then I was on Heist, and both our teams were doing really well. We were top 3. He got a chance to be on TM, which back then was known as the best team. They would win all like the amateur tournaments before ESL came out. So like that was the team you wanted to be on, even though we were on 2 teams that were technically higher seeded. Like everyone wanted to be on that team, and Troy ended up beating me out for that spot. And then so I stayed with Heist, and right after that, that's when I changed my roster up. We picked up Sav, who's now our assistant coach, and then also we picked up FPS Zed, who was really popular back then as well, but for multiple reasons.
I remember FPS Zed. We went to a play test with him.
Yep. No, it was a different time of the game, but yeah, it was like kill or be killed. Yeah, it was for me like you said. At first, actually, I wasn't like the captain or anything of the team. Like I just randomly played, and then like I met people, and then that's how I met the AOX guys, which ended up being like Nate, MVK. That was like the main one, and then there was like Distilled, Cass. Who's the 5th? Fuck. I forget who our first 5th was.
I don't know. I know Remorse ended up coming later, I believe, but that was after you were gone.
I forget who it was. We had Pistola. But he wasn't our 5th. It was a different guy. Fuck, who was it? I think his name was it Patron? I don't remember. Anyways, but yeah, there was a bunch of different iterations, and like that's how I met Nate. But I wanted to make changes to the team. I remember, and the rest of the guys didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I tried to join TM and ended up joining. But yeah,
it's I remember when I first got involved, it's so hard to go back and compile all the information. Like, I mean, even right now, if you look at your Liquipedia page, it doesn't have your age on it. It has your approximate winnings as $2,000, which leads me to believe the SI 2020 hasn't happened. And then if you look, it's like Astral Authority 201 question mark. They don't even know when in the 2010s it was. It's like 2002. And then it's the same thing with Ferocity. And then finally they're like Onslaught. They're like 2017. At least we've got that one nailed down.
I was so this is like the first big like part of my career that was kind of something I regret. We were a very good team, Astral Authority, and we came out the gate like pretty much in first place. And there was like a really funny game. Basically, we had to play Clever right after Clever got exposed, and we like if you go back, we ended up 5-0ing, 5-1ing them. Like it's the day after he got exposed, and then his team got mopped by us, and then like we ended up in
fortunate.
Yeah, and then we got we were in first place, but the way that ESL was handling it, we handled the way that they were handling it very bad. we were like, there's no chance this game goes anywhere. ESL doesn't know what they're doing. Like, what's the point of even scrimming? And we were like, screw it. We're just gonna stream all our scrims. Like, we literally streamed Go Fours, we streamed scrims. Like, we didn't care because we were like, there's no chance. Like, they're just letting cheaters play. And people started catching up quickly in counter-stratting us. And it got bad quick for us. And I regret that because I feel like there was a chance I feel like we could have made it to the first season's like LAN if we did a little bit better, but that was us. And then so like after that happened, I actually quit the game with that attitude. I left and I went because that's when Overwatch came out. So the start of season 2, I didn't play and I was playing Overwatch. And then I realized I hate Respawn games. Why am I playing this game? It sucks. So then I came back to Siege, and which it doesn't suck for everybody. I just don't like COD, and I don't like anything that respawns. I like tactical shooters. So I came back and I ended up playing for a guy named Fluffy on Empire Esports. I announced that I was coming back. They gave me a tryout, and within like 2 days, I got the spot. And we did a weekend go for, and we slammed everybody in it. And then that Monday we had a Pro League game. And after that Pro League game, I quit. I quit after 6 days of being on Fluffy's team because I didn't like him.
That's that seems to be a little longer than usual.
Yeah. And then after that, I waited until season 3 started, and I created Ferocity Esports with FPSZ and Avian. Was on the team, ended up leaving were they Most Wanted then?
Yeah, and then
Era?
ended up on.
Yeah, I think no, they were most
year 1
wanted at the time.
C3.
Yeah,
that
Or
was Avian's like first chance at being.
They might have still been.
He just turned 18, literally just turned 18. But Zed could not stand him because Avian would make plays on his own, and Zed would lose it because Zed wanted to make plays on his own, and so they just didn't work together. So we ended up picking him from the team, and then he ended up making the Pro League finals that year or that season. So I was like, that's tough. But we had Kush, myself, Gun Havoc, FPSZ, and then Exclusive, which that will end up coming back to bite us in the butt. Because that story is my first blunder with ESL, I guess, technically.
The exclusive story?
Yes. Well, it's not exclusive, but it's what happens with the fact that we have him. So really good positives come out of year 1, season 3. We end up top 4. We were pretty good team, I feel like. We end up going 1-1 with Continuum when we played them. They slaughtered us on Hereford. I think it was I don't know if it was 6 to win or 5 to win then, but they beat us either 5-1 or 6-1. Slaughtered us
at the time.
And then the second match was Chalet, and we beat them on Chalet. Very close game, back and forth. I joke with Troy sometimes too. I had this crazy smoke idea that back then they were trying to Montaigne plant at the garage door, and I had this. This is all that worked to stall people out back then. We had the old single wall for Chalet soft, and I put a shield behind it, and I sat there with a smoke. And then anytime he tried to walk in with Jung was walking in with Montaigne to plant, I would just throw a smoke, and then we ended up stalling him out and winning. That was it. Because back then it wasn't you didn't think about bringing the right utility to blow up shields and stuff like that. So that was a big thing back then, which is kind of funny now when you look at it, with having to have 2 guys that are destroying everything and utility. And so after that, we get to the first ever Six Invitational qualifier, and we have pretty much we dismantle our roster because we didn't really work with Exclusive and Gun Havoc. Kush didn't want to play anymore, so we had to remake our roster. And so we didn't get into the closed quals at all. We had to go through the open quals to be able to get in because we didn't have a 3/5 roster. And there we did very well. We almost qualified over Era, and Era ended up making the finals too. So that was heartbreaking. It was best 2 out of 3s, and we were in the winter bracket final against them, and we were up one map, and we were on skyscraper, and we literally had to win one round. We were like up 3 rounds, had to win one, and we just like it went to OT, then we lost that, then it went to consulate, we lost that. And back then that qualifier was crazy. It was a double elimination, best 2 out of 3, all in one day. And so when we after that winner bracket game, we went down to the loser bracket against flip side, and we were gassed. We lost. So long day, but the schedule's gotten better, so that's like positives for sure.
I was gonna say, man, now team, not that they're obviously unjustified, but the fact that teams complain about, oh, I have to play 2 matches in one day now. It's like, dude, look at DreamHack. God, those DreamHack days.
Those DreamHack schedules, tough.
I don't really know exclusive all that well. I know that I remember he was on Flipside as well, right? For a brief period of time.
That's what he was on the team that made it to the LAN. So he was on Clever's team. So like back then it was, well, that guy has LAN experience. That's why we picked him up.
Got it.
But he just didn't work with like how I have a very specific style that I like to play, and he just didn't work with it. He like, I don't know, he like kind of liked to be able to generate his own stuff, and we didn't really have him on a roll to do that because we had Push and Sov and Zed, and they were all like nasty in their own right. So it just didn't work. The problem wasn't there with exclusive. He was fine in year 1 season 3. The problem was after the Six Invitational, for year 2 season 1 is what they called it back then. We were then hit with the 3 of 5 rule because you had to keep the same roster for year 2 season 1 that you had from year 1 season 3.
Yeah.
And because I told you we dismantled our roster to make the Six Invitational run, we didn't have 3 of 5 anymore. So they told us in February that we were fine because they were going to allow Era to keep their roster from the Six Invitational, and they were going to be allowed to play with theirs because theirs didn't match their year 1 season 3 either. So because Era did so well at Six Invitational, they said, okay, your guys' changed, but so did Era's. We want Era to keep theirs, so you guys are going to be fine. Then this is a week after the quals ended, so no chance to qualify through that. They came back and they said, well, actually, since Era went to LAN and you guys didn't, you guys can't keep this roster. You have to go back to your year 1 season 3 roster, or you have to quit. So exclusive quit the game after year 1 season 3. This is where the problem is. We had to convince him to come back to play. When he quit the game, he didn't want to play anymore. And we had to play with him. But we had just picked up Penguin, and he was like a young gunner, and we were working with him, and like the roster that we had, we thought was doing really well in scrims, and they pretty much told us if you play with that roster, you're disqualified. So we had to play with this other roster that wasn't our roster. Which, if you guys saw my recent tweet about Rogue and them going through their roster problems, I said it's really similar to my year 2 season 1 problem. It's this situation. We were trying to scrim. They told us after 2 games we could play with our roster, but back then if you lost 2 games you were out because it was back in the like GSL tournament format. So we were trying our hardest to just try to win 1 game, and then we were going to have our real roster. So we had to practice with 2 different rosters back then, and it basically made neither of the rosters good enough to play like at the highest level. And I got this was like when I got into fights with an ESL admin named Vets to Vets, which is not around anymore.
Oh, I miss Vets.
Vets and I, like, after this, pretty much, I did everything I could to like point out things I didn't like about his rulings after this, because I mean, we lost 2 games essentially, and we got relegated. But we didn't ever get a chance to like fight with our real roster. But Arrow was able to play with theirs, and we felt that we just like got robbed of the opportunity to play. So it was tough.
I will say this. I love Vets to death, and Vets is a big part of why I am casting today. But the stories I've heard about that man and just the shit that he's done. I mean, even outside of that, I just think he's the best lunatic. I remember he just bought like a bunch of like fireworks and a bunch of just like gas cans and just built a giant bonfire and just threw all the shit on it. And it was like videos on his Twitter of just explosions in the middle of the ranch that he lived in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Was it? I remember he used to stream like in a bald eagle mask or something.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you watch the stream that he did where he was, because he and his brother who tear down houses, right? They tear down houses, like redo them and then sell them. And I just remember he was streaming just like a webcam in the middle of the room, and it was just live for like 12 hours as he just destroyed the house, and that was it. And it would be like him yelling and swearing and drinking beer and smoking, and it's just him knocking down walls and not interacting with chat at all, but he's just streaming it all. I was like, this is cathartic to watch. So I just remember when we were at DreamHack Austin, I made some comment and he goes, hey, you want to go into the middle of the desert and shoot guns? And I was just like, no. I mean like kind of, but also no. Like, yeah. So it's crazy to hear this backstory, because for me, it's obvious that, I wasn't around at this time. And it's hard to keep up to date with all of it. I mean, hell, even the stuff with you and Talon, which I think is the next topic that we need to address here.
Yeah. I forgot. He is a part of that team. He was year 1, season 3.
Yeah, I was like, you just like conveniently leave him out.
I know. Yeah.
I remember
he was on that team.
There was actually the one funny story that I always like to touch on from that roster in year 1, season 3. I think Lycan's expected this, but I remember we were scrimming them one time, and we were just playing on border, and like we were mid scrim, and like Nate on my team, MVK, he gets like a tweet, and someone said, by the way, Zed is streaming your scrims. And we were like, wait, what? Like, we're scrimming these guys the whole time, and like Zed's streaming. And like earlier on in the game, like year 1, season 1, like some people did that. I mean, you would know, but you wouldn't scrim them.
Yeah.
But like at this point, no one streams scrims. Like that wasn't a thing. And like Zed, he was like a decently popular streamer, was streaming our scrim, and we're like, what the fuck? Why is this happening? And then anyways, like we started trolling for the rest of the map, because like we're gonna finish this map and then we're done, like because they're streaming. And then we typed it in chat, and I remember Talon and Lycan are like, wait, what? He's streaming?
No clue. Had no clue.
That was a funny one.
Yeah. Zed was he was I like him because you never had to guess with him. Like, which is I mean, it's got its own problems, obviously, but you always knew what was going on with him, no matter what, because he would say it. But yeah, he like we were like dumbfounded, because obviously not only the fact that we're also giving away our comms, like they might be giving away their strats, but we're giving away our strats and comms, which is a huge problem. Like he was just like, yeah, I'm streaming.
It's like, what about it?
Yeah.
It's like, didn't think I needed to tell you guys.
The only like real interaction I remember with Zed was we were at a play test, and Kush and FPS Zed were there, and I didn't know who either of them were, because I wasn't one of the OGs. And Troy and I were staying in an Airbnb together, and I was just like, who are these guys? And you're like, oh, they're FPS Zed. It's like one's FPS Zed and the other guy's Kush. And I'd heard Kush's name before because he teamed with Kix.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I know who Kush is. He seems kind of funny. He's also just a monkey when he plays the game.
Very funny, by the way.
What?
Yeah, he's very funny.
Yeah, he only calls me Peter. Deliberately. He's always like, hello, Peter. Every single time I see him, it's like, okay. But And I was like, who's Zed? And I just remember every single time we had a break, Zed would just look at Kush and be like, smoke. And they just get up and go away. And I said to try, I was like, who is FPS Zed? And he goes, well, it's a long story. So
it is.
Let's talk about Lycan and what happened with you on Onslaught, because everybody that is in here are very fond recollection of Justice for Lycan. And for me at the time, Lycan was, I suppose, the first consistent duo that I had as Talon was one of the first consistent duos that I had, right? Because I casted with a couple guys, but nobody that I casted with consistently until Talon, and obviously Talon filled the analysis role. I knew him. I really liked him. I thought he was cool. I had no problems with him. And then this drama over Onslaught erupts. So feel free.
Yeah. So I actually was a teammate with him for a long time. Right before year 1, season 3 started. So it was about like July of the year before. And then we go through the whole next year in Challenger League with an insane roster, by the way. A lot of people from that roster are playing right now. Crazy was on that roster. Bosco was on that roster with me. And then it was Talon, me, and Yellow, which Yellow doesn't play the game anymore. And we lost to Infamy, which had Kev and Vert. Like, that team was nasty as well. They were in the relegation game and they beat us. So we had to go through a whole nother season of Challenger League. Both games or seasons that we were in Challenger League, we had no problem. We didn't struggle at all. We just would go through it, and then we'd get to the relegation game. Second time we go through relegation, however, we do make it. But that was with a slightly different roster because Bosco had offers, obviously, to move on. Crazy left after we lost the relegation game. So we had brought in Billboard, Penguin, me, Talon. And then when we won, a couple weeks prior to winning, it was like basically to the breaking point of Talon and my relationship. We literally could not dry run as a team. I remember, like, if you go back and you talk to like Sav about some like the dry runs that we would do or whatever, it was absolutely crazy. We would be like trying to play a guy in Geisha on Skyscraper in the corner to bandit trick, and Talon was our bandit player, and he was like refusing to play bandit in that corner to bandit trick because he said, "There's no way I don't get naded here." And I'm like, "You have to do it. Literally every other team does it. What do you mean?" Like, and that conversation, it was ridiculous. It was 2 hours of like how different ways people could nade you in that corner. Which, like, today, I think it would be like more people would be on Talon's side than mine, because people would go underneath and nade you, right? Or like there's plenty of ways to kill that guy that was in that geisha corner. But back then, people didn't do that stuff. And like there was easy ways to figure out a way around it. And after finally convincing him, we went along with a strat, but like every dry run was like that. And so I told the team through DMs that I wanted to replace him at the end, because at this point I pretty much became the sole captain over like Zed, which I had like co-captained with him for a really long time. And basically they all said, okay, no, I don't think we should do that. We need to figure a way to like be all friends. And so I said, okay. And I settled all my problems with them. We had like a talk and we were good. And this was like 2 or 3 weeks before the end. And then we win the relegation game and we're moving on. We're like Pro League next season. Let's go. 2 days later, changed my name to Lycan from Lycan because I didn't want Kicks to screw up my name on another broadcast. And then the next day, I think it was 2 days after I changed my name to Lycan, they like called me into Discord and dropped me from the team. And I was like, oh, okay. They're like, yeah, you just don't work with Talon. We think we need another path. But if you want to coach us, we think that would be great. And at the time, I didn't want to coach yet, obviously, right? Since year 2, season 1, I was on the path to get back to play Pro League again. I wanted to play Pro League so bad. Yeah. I could taste it. So like for Talon to tell me that like we don't get along, so like we got to drop you, but you can be my coach if you want. was like the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard in my life. I lost it. I couldn't handle it. But yeah, so that like if you were around back then, there was a crazy Twitter fight between Talon and I.
Oh, I remember.
Like, and most of it got deleted, like within a couple hours. But we like went at each other about how which side was right or whatever. And yeah, then I went on to find like some really good footing in Rainbow Six. Next thing I do, I play with a team called Risky, which is probably the worst roster I've ever been a part of. It was Flex, Mayhem, Heavy, me, and then I don't remember who was our fifth at the time, but that's when we ended up trying out a guy named Rampy, and that's how I met Rampy.
Wait, Mayhem was the guy. That was the dude who had like the Nazi symbol in his avatar when he. Who did he was impersonating somebody.
I don't remember.
I've heard some stories about those guys.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember he impersonated somebody, and he had like a swastika, like a pride swastika as his picture, and I just remember somebody. I'm trying to remember who it was. Anyway, I know he came into my stream at one point and he got banned for like anti-Semitism. And it's like, dude, you're trying to play this game competitively. Like, do you have a brain in your head? Like, what is wrong with you?
They were basically so like when I got dropped, my only goal was to do better than I think they turned to Ronin next.
Yeah, they did.
My only goal was to do better than Ronin did in the invitational qualifiers. I needed to find the best team I could, and they competitively weren't very good players, but ranked wise were like very good players. So
they were all just a bunch of ranked stars. Like that's how they played, right? Yeah.
And so I just tried to get on the best thing I could at the time. And then my plan was to find a new team or build that team with roster changes to go for the next like Challenger League or Pro League quals and try to get my way back in. I guess that would have been Challenger League quals. Yeah, because Challenger League was then. So the next thing was basically Six Invitational qualifier. We did very well in the Invitational qualifier. We actually had a game where we beat Rogue in it. And that was like a huge thing on Twitter too. Like Heavy and Van Ham and Flex were like going at Eclipse and Slash and all them. And then they had the last laugh. They ended up beating us like later and like posting memes back at us. But we were doing well as a team. Like we weren't like a bad team. We weren't by any means a good team. But like I just, like I said, my goal was to do better than Ronin. Like I only saw red then. My whole thing was I have to beat them. And I have to because I couldn't get back into Pro League at that point. I had to go through Challenger League. So yeah, we do very well. We get seeded pretty decently. And the night before, we actually get seeded to play against Ronin. Like that was like that big thing too. So I was going to get it heads up. I was going to get to play them and prove that we were better. We're scrimming the night before the Ronin match. And we were supposed to scrim. Heavy, I think it was Heavy. It was either Heavy or Mayhem, I don't remember. Cancels practice because he said a personal thing comes up. And I'm like, okay. Then later on to find out one of them was like selling drugs on Craigslist or something. And like, that's why he couldn't come to practice. And I lost it. And I'm like blowing up in our Discord, super pissed, obviously. And then that person, I don't remember who it was. They tell me that their plan was to throw the game on purpose against Ronin the next day because of the things I said in the Discord, which I didn't say very nice things because I don't really believe in doing that stuff. But so yeah, I shot myself in the foot against Ronin. That sucked. And then I quit the team afterwards because I didn't want to be a part of that. And then I had to make my own new team, which the team was awful for Challenger League qualifier.
You had Justin on it?
Yes,
because
Justin.
I casted you making it into CL on that roster.
Yes. This was probably one of my favorite things of my whole playing career. And it was like not very good at all, but I love it. So it was like Justin, me, and then Dez, who doesn't play anymore game anymore. He's like Destructy or something on Twitter. Goni, and one of
Goni
Goni's
was on
friends.
boosted monkeys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and one of his friends, but I don't remember which one. Like he traveled around the same group a lot.
It was
But
Mush or Muck, wasn't it?
Yes, it was one of those two, but I
it was either
remember
Mush
the
or
name.
Muck.
No, I remember you guys used to play with Mush.
Yes.
Mush, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Mush.
But we made that roster 2 days before the Challenger League qualifier. We scrimmed once as a team. And literally, I was like, we're running all of the stuff. We ran Blaz, Ying, Blitz, and then a hard breacher. And then like the other one was like a flex. But like back then, flex, like you literally could do
awful to
anything.
cast.
Yes. We ran all of it. And we would just literally, most teams would let us play Clubhouse because people didn't really ban Club that much. And we would open up Kitchen Hatch and drop smokes down. And I would literally sit at the Kitchen Hatch with Glass. And then Blitz would drop down and run at AKs. And we'd plant. That we just do that over and over and over again. But like Challenger League players don't know what to do to that, right? So we beat a lot of big teams that were like supposed to do well, like Nomads, people expected to qualify. And there was a lot of other teams. I know Nomads was like our first game, so like we were freaking out about like kind of the bracket being like hurting us. But no, we did well. It's not the Justin with the 9; it was a Justin with a Y.
Yeah,
people are asking who is Justin.
It was Justin OG, and his entire identity was based around a marijuana leaf.
Yeah,
he actually used to play on Orbit like before they made Pro League. He was a good player.
Dude, I just want to go back and just say, man, I haven't heard Mayhem's name in ages, and the same with Heavy. I just remember Heavy was on like that Noble roster, and then what would end up being the beginning of a long string of people leaving Yeti's team and being really, really upset with Yeti. Yeah. I just remember that the Yeti Heavy fight on Twitter like made any other drama just look like kindergarten. It raged for weeks, and it culminated with Heavy basically saying something along the lines of like, I'm gonna expose you, I'm gonna release like a twit longer and destroy you, blah blah. Anyway, it's been 2 years and we're still waiting. Hasn't happened yet.
Troy can tell you this because it's something that Rampy and I talk about pretty frequently. It comes up at least once a month, I swear, about the fact that Rampy and I were on a team together with Flex, Mayhem, and Heavy, and how horrible scrims were, and having to deal with like their attitudes before Yeti even came on. We would be in the middle of a scrim, and the one we always bring up is on Coastline. Flex said something to Mayhem about something Mayhem did, but then like Heavy thought Flex was talking about him, so Flex Heavy starts going off on Flex, and like Flex like, I'm not even talking about you, I'm talking about Mayhem. And the Mayhem's like, what, you're talking about me? Like it was so bad. It was comical, like looking back at it now, but like you could just imagine the meme gif faces that you can make of Rampy and my face while this is all going on. Like, team, like what is happening? Like it was so bad. It's really funny to look at it now, but it was very stressful for me because, like I said, I was on a mission to like try to prove a point, and like I had these ticking time bombs that I like never knew what was going to happen. Literally the day before a match like that goes down, and then he tells me he's going to throw on purpose, and then like I don't know. It was very tough for me, obviously, but looking back on it, it's so funny. Like
it's hilarious now. Like the fact this guy canceled scrims to sell drugs on Craigslist, and then got mad that you called him out for it, so he was going to throw the match. Like,
Heavy was the first person ever that I unfollowed that was like an active pro.
Yeah,
it was just it got to the point where I just couldn't deal with seeing it. And it was just like, you know what? I know like professional courtesy is that like you shouldn't be unfollowing like the professionals in your scene, but like I can't even live with a mute at this point. Like I was like, this is past mute territory. This is like full like mute unfollow. So I just, oh boy, it was just so dumb. And then it's just the stuff that was being said on Twitter, and it's like, yep, very cool, very mature.
Yeah. So the cool thing.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
With the Challenger League qualifier, I thought that was really cool. With like pretty much no practice back then, the tier 2 scene was starting to come up. It still was very like, I felt easy if you had any pro league experience to be able to kind of walk your way through. And I feel like I kind of proved that with the players that I played with the exception of Justin, were either tier 2, 3 players, or like Des had never played before. He was a nutty guy that I played with in ranked, and I knew that he would be good. Put them together in 24 hours and was able to run the whole bracket and get qualified in one tournament. So I was super happy about that. I kind of felt like a little redeemed for some of the stuff that I was going through. And within the week of qualifying, Trippin DMs me on Twitter and says, "Hey, we're getting looks from a real org, and we're really interested in getting a coach and really becoming better. And we'd really like you to think about coaching us." And so I honestly never even thought about being a coach at that point. I was so focused on like just getting back to pro league. Thought I could be a good player always. But I'll be honest, like I would reach out for tryouts. I would never get them from anybody. It was just like, we're not looking, not interested. No thanks. So I knew it was like kind of like probably a better option at that point, unless I was really going to do everything on my own. So I like had a real like big conversation with my wife about it. And we just personally thought it would be better if I did it because I'd have more time. Because not only was I scrimming all the time and doing matches, but I was, I believe, 29 when I retired, or 28. I was playing the game nonstop to stay like to be able to keep up with people playing. And so like being able to like kind of like pull down on playing so much, I think helped a lot just mentally for me and with my family, obviously. So that's why I made the decision to switch to coaching. Was basically just I thought it was like basically time, which I didn't. It was weird because I like never thought about it before, but then the second it happened, I was like, okay, yeah, like that seems like the next big play for me.
It's something that Meepy talked about too when we had him on the show. Was he said the same thing? He goes, I would have loved to have kept playing, and he said, I think despite Secret having a bad go of it, that I had a pretty good season. He goes, but nobody reached out. And he goes, at some point you got to make the transition. Even if you're good enough, doesn't matter if teams have a perception or if they want to go younger.
Yeah.
I this is kind of and I hate to call him out for it, but this is the kind of position that Jarvis is in right now. Is he's brought in like as the veteran. That is his role.
Yeah.
He's brought into the teams that in NA are young, that need some kind of leadership, that needs some kind of focus. And I hate to say it, but I think like once you get pigeonholed as a player into that role, the clock starts ticking real fast towards it gets to be a point where you tip past the veteran player and you go into veteran coach territory.
I think I think something bad that like always kind of happened to me, which is just the fact that I made my own teams like almost through my whole course in Rainbow Six. So I would start at ground zero with one guy or maybe two guys, and we'd get the other ones and then we'd play. So I never really reached out a lot besides my own circle to play with people. So then when I came around to trying to get tryouts with teams, I was like not a nasty fragger. You would look at my stats and be like, yeah, we got to pick up Lycan. Like what I bring to the team is way different than that. I bring a lot of like strategy and comm like corrections and like game knowledge and stuff like that, which you don't know that kind of stuff until you like are one-on-one with the person and like learning and seeing what they're saying. And there's no way to tell a guy, hey, trust me, waste your Tuesday on me and I'll prove it to you. Like it's hard to get someone to do that, and I could never get anyone to do it. So it is what it is. Like it never really bugged me that much. I just kind of used it as a okay, like it's time, you know. So, and I like I said, like over and over, I wanted so bad to be back in Pro League. So if this was the way that I go back to Pro League, like I wanted to do that.
That makes sense. I kind of look at the landscape that we have, and I would still say we're quite a young scene, just because it doesn't feel like the first 2 years of this game really mattered.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like after SI 2018, I know that gets rid of one of Troy's world championships, so he'll never agree. But I know that 2018 and onwards, and what came after it was where it felt like, okay, now we're at a beta. And I mean, ranked came out of beta shortly after that. So, I mean, I think there's some legitimacy to that argument. But
nice.
The first like 2 years of this game are just kind of lost in the void. You know, it's like a fire claimed the records factory, and we don't have any info on it. And like I said, you go back and rewatch some of those casts with Panky and Punji, and just listen to the names that are being said. Listen to the teams. None of those things exist anymore. Like no orgs, no teams, none of those players play anymore. And we're starting to see that accelerate quite a lot. And the one thing that our scene has always lacked is good coaches. Frankly, there's a lot of check stealers and a lot of talent. And I mean, I think we're catching up more to talent than we are to coaches. But there were 2 years where it was bleak. There was like, outside of the main Pro League talent, there was maybe like one or two people who could have stepped in an official capacity to the broadcast. You look at certain games, ex-players, ex-coaches, ex-team managers, they quit and they go onto the broadcast team, and it really helps right away. Same thing with players. You get good players that quit, or you get average players who got big brains. They quit and they go to coaching, and it really helps teams. We don't really have that. And there are times where it's like we'll see players quit and go to become a coach, and then they do basically nothing. And the teams will say they do basically nothing.
I think that the coach role at the beginning was more of just like halfway a popularity contest and a little bit of like who was your best friend. And it wasn't really anything more than that. Like I would think for the vast majority of the coaches back then, it was the coach asking the team, okay, so what do you guys want to play? Or what do you guys want to run? Or like, what do you guys think? And it was all about just kind of the team and not really anything about the coach. It was like they were basically like a glorified sub in a way, you know? And there wasn't a whole lot of like advice being given, or if it was advice, like if the player would be like, well, I don't think it's like that, it's like this, they'd be like, okay, you're probably right, because you're the better player anyway, you know? And so, yeah, I think we were really starting to see that kind of change a lot more with the fact that you can have 3 coaches on your team and it's not something that you can make fun of on Twitter. So, yeah, it's changing a lot.
You've been the coach of Spacestation since basically the start of 2018.
Yeah, it was
right after
the
SI
1st of March.
Yeah.
It
was right after SI 2018. You've been the coach of this team for closing in very quickly on 3 years. You know, and I think that there's only, I was just going to say, I think from the top of my head, is Shas the only coach who stayed with one team longer than you?
Maybe Diz.
Yeah,
Diz actually. Yeah. Okay. So
I think, yeah.
So, I mean, well, Diz is reset, right? Because he was a player in Rio. Troy remembers that. So the clock had to restart on that one.
Nice.
I've never pulled that. That's something I've got.
Yeah. You didn't have to step off and create one of the greatest matches in the history of Rainbow Six. But No, I mean, yeah. So I guess it's Diz, and you, along with Shas, are. And when I know people are gonna talk about this, it's like, how long has a coach been with a team without moving roles or positions or whatever? It's crazy, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think that
it's
you
wild.
can. I think that you can be a good coach and move teams too. I don't think that is everything, but I think it definitely shows, like, at least from our rosters, like, kind of like the growth of the team and being able to see like a coach stay with a team and help it progress. I think that's like one of the cooler things that I've done with this team, coming from the beginning to like kind of where the players are, even the players that aren't on our team anymore. I really I still love to watch Chala play, and like, sad that he left. I haven't really talked to him much after he did leave, but I think he understands why it happened, and I still really like Chala a lot. So it like makes me sad sometimes that he's not on the team anymore. But it was like a move that we had to do. Like, it just, like, we needed someone to come in and make that like big change that we needed. And so like to see some of the players, like even some of them don't play anymore, which that kind of stinks too. Redeemer's gone on to be a coach. I love that. But like I still watch everybody that has left and have a special place in my heart for them.
The Chalice circumstance was just, it's, you know, you kind of draw straws at that point. You know, there's certain people who on certain roles become more expendable. Hate to say it, you know, like especially on roles. Troy points out often that he doesn't think that there's a lot of good IGLs. So it's like, even if you have a mediocre, what'd you say?
There aren't.
Even if you have a mediocre IGL, like, are you going to sacrifice that if there's nobody else out there? Right.
Yeah.
But then you find certain roles, like there's a lot of really good flex players out there right now that are just not on teams. I mean, fuck, look at Jung. Jung could step in and improve, I would argue, 3 of the 8 teams in the US division immediately. Probably more, but I know for a fact that he could step in and improve those teams. And it doesn't even matter what role you put him on. I mean, there's fraggers out there right now. There's young fraggers that can get picked up and just come in and make a huge impact. Kansan on E United. Ignore all of the VOD baggage that comes along with him, and look solely on his game sense and his abilities in game. And it's like, he comes in, and alongside Rexon, these two make a lot of good teams kind of look like chumps. And they're both doing an excellent job. And Rexon, as well, as somebody who originally, you know, the joke used to be you ban Twitch and Jaeger and Rexon falls apart. He's a lot more flexible now.
Yeah.
And Rexon's only really had like a year and a half to really acclimate into the system. There's lots of 17, 18-year-old kids out there right now that could probably come in and take over in a fragging role. So sometimes you need to make a change on somebody where there's upgrade potentials. And it's funny, because TSM thought that Chala was an upgrade over their circumstance, and given the way they've been playing and Chala's stats and the way that Chala plays, I'd argue that they were probably correct in that regard. Chala's been doing a great job on TSM.
Yeah, I will say on that note that I was pretty like disgusted in North America for about a year because Chala wasn't on a team.
Yeah.
It, like, people had so many rumors, which I will say, like, I believe a lot of the rumors were true about who he was when I first joined the team. But people said the same thing about Chala for when he left the team to when I joined, which was a year and a half difference. Like, when I joined, my first ever practice, I'll share this because it's pretty funny. My first ever practice, I was watching the team scrim on. This is like first day job, like ready, like with a notepad, very excited. And I have Chala's perspective back then, and we only had one guy streaming. And he was on Blackstairs Skyscraper with Ella, and a guy had just came in, or sorry, Wave Stairs, not Black. But like someone came in, he like came up the stairs and peeked across that long hallway, and someone ran across from the door outside down the Black Stairs and Chala shot him twice, I remember. And then his only comms was, "I lit one." That was the only thing he said. And he ran back down to the wave stairs. And that was the first round of the first scrim that I'd ever saw. He just like on round 1, he just goes, I lit one. And I was just like, what? I can't tell you, like, the first couple months of being on that team, there was a lot of changes very quickly. But who Chalet was when he left the team, he'd grown so much. Like, I felt like he was a quick replace for any other team.
Yeah.
And he didn't get on a team for a year, which I thought was a joke. But, I mean, people just hear stories and they just go with them. And that's part of the problem, the stuff that you have to, like, deal with as a player is, like, once you make a bad impression on one person, like, it hurts you very bad. So, I don't know. I'm so glad that TSM decided to make that move and picked him up. And I'm so glad that he's just, like, killing everybody and doing a good job playing their, like, smug mute role. Very happy.
Yeah.
Troy can attest to this. We talked about it when it comes to FPL as well, and the focus landed on Yardy. You know, where it's like Yardy made a bad impression with a lot of people. Doesn't matter how good he is. He's been on enough teams where he's pissed off enough people that it's hard to earn yourself back into the good graces of people. It doesn't matter if it's justified or not. You know, all it takes is a couple bad words from one or two people in the scene, and it's you know, a lot of people in here. A lot of the people that are going to watch this and be in chat are going to be like, oh, obviously it's clout. And it's like, it's not. It's every business, every job. Like,
yeah,
if you act like a poor employee, which is what these players are at the end of the day, they are employees of the team. If you act like a bad player or have a bad attitude, people are going to talk about it. You know, whenever you apply for a job, there's references that you need to provide for, you know, some form of character reference, and people need to know who you are. That shit matters.
I'll say the only difference between the two is he does it just open publicly on Twitter. So it's not really rumors that ruined his reputation, because people can literally see what he's doing. But with Chala's never done anything poorly on Twitter. He's always been everyone will always say, well, he's a nice guy, but he's quiet. Right? That was what people used to always say.
I think that's what Troy said on this podcast as well.
Yeah.
I don't think she's what TSM needs. They need somebody who's vocal to step up.
I thought so too, but I will say I think other players probably became more vocal on the team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they proved me wrong.
It's okay to be wrong.
Yeah. It's okay to be wrong, Parker. It's okay.
Oh, I'm wrong regularly.
You're
fine with it.
All the time.
I'm wrong regularly. Yeah. You ever hear my casts? No, because you mute me. But if you did unmute me, you'd hear how wrong I was.
I unmute you sometimes, to be fair.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's a compliment.
People,
it's like one of the worst compliments in the world, but it's a compliment. I said that to someone the other day, and I was like, trust me, that's a compliment. I know it sounds terrible, but it is a compliment.
There's a couple people in chat who are like, Yardy and Chalet are incomparable. We're not comparing the people. We're comparing the circumstances. Yeah. The circumstances involving your reputation. I did not think this need to be spelled out clearer than it already was. But just in case there's anybody here who don't get what we're saying, the situation is the same, despite the people and the way they handled it being different. And the situation is that whether you actually do something or not, your reputation matters a ton. And yeah, I was kind of surprised that Chalet didn't get picked up. I remember one of the first matches I casted was that Elevate Bittersweet game. And it was Chalet was doing insane things. But I think it's very fair to go back and rewatch that teams just generally across the board were far less structured than they are today. So there was less cohesiveness. Yeah. Which I know this kind of might get under Troy's skin, but all the praise that the Laxing Skies duo used to get was because they actually did tend to work together quite effectively on the roam, which was something that we didn't see all that often. There were a couple teams in NA that did it. I think NVK and Troy did it quite well on Continuum. I think Eclipse and Slash did it quite well on Rogue/Vertical as well. But I mean, we don't need to go deep down that rabbit hole. But the one thing that, you know, I'd go back and here I am like verbally filleting Chalet in the cast, when now I go back and rewatch it and think to myself, he's just literally on the other side of the map, unsupported, playing like Bandit,
Yeah.
doing nothing. Like, just like, where is he? Like, there's 3 people from Elevate on site. Like, Dave's dead, Trippin's dead, Thinking Nade's dead, and Chala's on the other side of Skyscraper. And it's like, what are you doing back there? And I don't think you could even argue that it was like the laxing style of play where the team is somewhat structured around it. I just think it's that people didn't really know how to play the game all that well back in, fall/summer 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like Chala'd come back and make a really flashy 3 or 4K, but then you realize like this happens every round and his team is still losing. Maybe make a change. So is that correct, Troy?
I mean, I don't have too many I don't know. I think people definitely played the game differently back then, but I think it was just like I can't read into like other teams and players like until I play with someone.
I think the game has changed a lot to where the like higher teams who you'd see literally at every single LAN every time has always had the like cohesion and like coordination. And that's why they would literally just stomp everybody else. And like a lot of other people like would make plays and kind of like get crazy, and you'd see them like jump anywhere from like 3rd to 6th. Like now you have every team is coordinated, every team is like got good communication. So it's just like so much clearer to see when every team is bringing that kind of aspect. But I'd say like when you played like EG or Orbit or something like that, or like further on, obviously Continuum and then and Rogue, but like it was the same team. They were coordinated and they would beat you, and you would just be like, "Oh, they're just better."
Yeah. So you jump into SSG as a coach. Was it a rough start for you? The first event that I saw you at as a coach was DreamHack Austin. I know that we share funny stories from that event.
Yes. I think the beginning was awesome. It was refreshing. I loved being back in Pro League. It was a team who I didn't think honestly was that good. Because I like had scrimmed against them obviously too. And I had a team that like we wouldn't beat them every map, but we could beat them sometimes. So I was a little worried about how we do. And then it had just been like top 4 from the last season. So I felt like I was under a lot of pressure to perform right away. But the things that I said, like I felt like we changed a lot of things, and we had 2 crazy games against Obey, which was a very good roster that first season, and we were able to secure top 4 again, which I thought was a really big success for us because I felt like we were playing with 4 like solid players. I we didn't have any. We didn't know. I didn't personally know what or how to work with Dave. I was still very young as a coach, and like trying to find where he would excel, I struggled.
Dude, I don't even think Dave knew where he excelled.
And I joke about this, I think with Troy before, was we didn't know how to work with him, so we put him on flank watch, and we basically just tried to hit site fast because we knew that at some point they were going to be on the flank. And that's kind of how we worked it. I love Dave. I think he's hilarious. I like hanging out with him. He's so funny. He's such a good dude. I just think that he kind of wasn't ready to be in Pro League yet, but like that roster got made with friends. Like it was like all of King Leo's buddies. Yeah. And that's kind of how that roster came together, and they got a spot, and they had like been all friends for a long time. But I think Dave should have been replaced before I even showed up. But because when I was there, I wasn't going to make a change right away as a coach.
We tried
so
to be,
we
right?
just rocked with.
Didn't you have to play like almost reluctantly at DreamHack Austin because you couldn't make changes or something like that?
He didn't know that he was being replaced by Shuttle until after the event.
Right. And then you guys ended up getting Rampy.
And then we made 2 changes.
Yeah, because you got Rampy after when Noble just.
Yeah, so Rampy is like a really good story that I guess we kind of completely missed. Rampy, when we tried him out, I had never heard of him before, never played against him in ranked. I had absolutely no clue who he was. And I was really impressed with him immediately, just as a player, not as a coach. And we picked him up with like one tryout. I told like Flex Mayhem and Heavy, I was like, if we're not picking up this guy, we're trolling. Like this guy's way better than probably all of us. And so we picked him up. And when I moved on, we kept a really close relationship. And so I followed the Noble team through Challenger League pretty closely. And I immediately was looking to find a way to get him on my team from the beginning. I knew that I wanted, because that's like something I already said, is when you know like the extra stuff that a person brings to a team, like people don't know that really until you get to witness it and be a part of it. And I saw that with Rampy, and I was like, this is a person that works perfect for my idea of what I want. And so I basically was waiting for a time where I could say, let's get Rampy. But the Shuttle thing happened, and Shuttle was such a big name. And like for us to get him, I was like, okay, I got to wait on the Rampy thing. But a lot of stuff happened at Austin, which then allowed me to have the chance to get in an extra person. So Austin is actually kind of, it's funny because it's mostly me, not anyone else. It's all me. There's some parts we didn't play very well. We made some mistakes, like playing wise. And I still to this day will say that even if we had the right maps, I don't think that we would have won. I don't think that we were playing very well.
Why did you have the wrong maps?
Okay, are we just going to go straight into it? Okay, so at the time, this roster would not play Chalet. It was a permaban for us. And the first time that we played Noble, they had banned it first off the rip. And so we banned other maps and we got away with one. So then while we were talking as a team, we said, okay, well, if they're going to ban Chalet again, these are the two maps that we want to ban. And I'm like, okay, so like going over and over again, okay, these are the two maps. Like these are what we want, right? Okay. Back then, I didn't write down the maps on a piece of paper, anything. It was just like I had to memorize 2 map names in my head. And like I was like, that's what I'm going with. And it was the worst mistake ever, because then at the end, like the decider goes down and then Yeti goes, we'll pick Chalet. And I was just like, huh? Oh no. Like it was so bad. Ever since then, like Troy will tell you guys, when I ban, I literally every single time we pick or ban at the team house, I say, all right, we're banning theme park. Does everyone agree? Every single map we pick or ban, I say that every single time.
Yep.
Whether it's obnoxious or not, that's something I learned from Austin. I was like, I'm not making that mistake again. I like let that map through. We had never played it ever. We wouldn't even scrim it. And I let it go through. Huge mistake. Huge. I'm telling you, we lost the second I walked back into the huddle. Like it didn't. And this is the thing I'll always tell teams too. A BO3, it literally does not matter what their map is. Their map doesn't matter at all. All you do is you win your map. Whatever happens on their map, it happens. Then you win the decider. That's how you win a BO3 against another good team. If you're playing against a bad team, sure, you can 2-0 them. But literally, they heard that their map pick was Chalet, and all confidence was lost from everybody. We had to play what map? It's over. We had no chance. Like, confidence was lost. I made a huge mistake. From that, I learned a very big lesson. So now when I'm at events, I literally write down every single map. I write down what our priority is, what our ban priority and pick priority is. And as maps are banned, I'm literally scratching off and I can see everything going on. I didn't do that beforehand and I wish I did.
I absolutely loved the interaction. Because, like I said, it is a little foggy, but I'm pretty sure it was Dave. I just remember it was right before the match was starting, and then Dave just says something like, dude goes, wait, we're playing Chalet? And then you're just like, yeah, fuck. And then after I was talking to either Dave or Redeemer, and he just goes, bro, how does Lycan forget the maps we don't play? And I remember at one point I came up to you and talked to you, and you're like, "Yeah, I fucked up," and then you just kind of laughed, and then you just walked away.
It was my fault. I screwed
so
up.
Funny.
It was bad.
I loved it.
I was so embarrassed, and I'm a very competitive person. I was so mad at myself, and like, oh, I couldn't. I mean, like, literally, you can see how I deal with that kind of stuff. From that, I literally have things that I still do. It was 2.5 years ago. I literally still do all of those things because I don't want that to ever happen again.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and it's just like, literally, I have a procedure now, so I don't make that mistake again. And I've heard of other coaches that have like made the same mistake too. And I'm just like, I know how it feels, man. I've been there. It sucks.
Dude,
it's awful.
Dude, everybody makes mistakes. FaZe's manager made the exact same mistake in the Rio finals against G2, not realizing that they changed up how a BO3 ban works.
Yeah.
And then I just remember as they're heading to the stage, I can't remember who it was. They were heading to the stage, and one of the FaZe players just kind of like shakes their head, and I was like, what? And they're like, we lost. And I was like, why? And they're like, our manager banned one of our good maps or something like that. And I'm like, what? How? And
no,
he goes,
it wasn't that. It was that they didn't know
that it went ban, pick.
Yeah, so they thought they could have 2 permabans.
Yeah.
And they only had 1. So they didn't ban one of their good maps. It was that they had no choice but to play a map they don't play.
No, I know, but I was told that because it goes ban, pick, ban. I was told that he thought that he was picking the 2 maps in a row and also banned one of their good maps after they picked.
I'm not sure on that one, but that could be true.
I mean, that's what I remember. He's like, because he picked whatever one of our good maps were, and then G2 picked or whatever, and then he banned our next good map against us because he thought that you should pick or something like that. I just remember hearing it, and I was like, oh my God. And that's, in all fairness, I also, Kix and I had not been told that the BO3 pick had changed either. So there was a couple months.
No, we knew that for a while.
We were never informed. We were never informed that it went from ban, pick, decider to ban, pick, ban, decider. We were never told it had been changed to that. And it had never been communicated to us via like email or Twitter or anything. And I just remember after hearing that in Rio, I was like, wait, what the fuck? I was like, it changed?
The players should have known.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
it was well communicated to players, or to teams at least. I don't know. I guess the manager fucked up.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it happens. It happens. And I mean, I don't think you can. I mean, you got the last laugh. There are, how many coaches are there that are world champions? 2.
Yeah.
2 world champion coaches, you and Shas. I guess technically Sua, but Sua's an analyst, right? Because it was like CTM didn't have a coach, Elevate didn't have a coach, Penta won with just Shas, G2 won with Shas and Sua. Now you.
I had 3. Don't forget. It's a problem.
Yeah. So
it's a problem. We grow our analysts. I say coaches, not analysts. Okay.
So we have a list of about 75 analysts, but we'll go with Luke. That he's the most well known.
That's just because of his Twitter content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure we can get into it at some point. So we can go quickly through. Now this is like post DreamHack Austin. We can go quickly through it because most of the recent SSG history has been talked about with Bosco on here and has been talked about with Troy. Because I know there's a lot of people right now in the chat who are just so impatient and asking the same question over and over again. Did they talk about today's balance changes? Did they talk about the season reveal? So let's get to that at some point because they want it. So you want to take us up to speed for the last little bit prior to Troy joining the SSG squad?
Yeah, so the next roster we get, I'll almost say to anybody that was the best roster I've ever had at the beginning. When we first picked up Rampy and Shuttle, I think I've talked about this. I don't know if I've talked about it with you, but I had an Excel spreadsheet for a very long time. From after DreamHack Austin to the beginning of that season started, we scrimmed. It was something like 60 to 70 maps, and we had dropped 4 maps. It was and we were not playing T3 teams. We were playing good teams, and we were literally beating everybody. It was crazy. We won the first couple games, and everything was going pretty well, and then just a lot of problems started to go wrong internally, and I'm not really going to talk about that because respect to some of the players that are still playing, but we had really bad internal problems, and it quickly changed how we played because we played so kind of loose and it relied on a lot of comms, and those comms started to die off quickly. And so we started not performing as well. And there was some people who started to lose confidence in Rampy, and he did struggle. That was his first Pro League season, and he did struggle in the first half. But quickly, he obviously turned into like what he is now. But it caused a lot of problems inside the team. So we made roster changes. I think that was the first time like we had picked up Brian, and then after that, then you guys pretty much know the rest. You can check out Bosco's part of the podcast too to like figure out everything from there. But yeah, before Bosco, I think he doesn't know that aspect is when the Bosco mania was like going down, between basically everyone thought he was just going to go to Cloud9. I threw my hat in just to like take a chance, but I knew that he was really good friends with Lauren, and they already had an SI spot. I didn't think that we had a chance in the world of getting him. And so I reached out to him because it's actually funny too. We leaked their VODs the season before on accident through a thing that I'm not going to get into. But like Bosco and I had been teammates before, but then that VOD leak thing happened with Ranger. I think I can say that because I think that was public, but I'm not going to go into it. So I thought Bosco and I weren't on very good terms at that point. Yeah, we got a tryout with him and then pretty much won him over, which was awesome. I was so excited to get him on the team. And then, yeah, the rest is kind of like history with stuff that we've already talked about on the show. But yeah, after that, the only thing we ever missed really was having that IGL. You know, we had like a couple 2-party systems, a couple 3-party systems. At Raleigh, it was crazy, man. But Raleigh, we had a very young IGL type in Fultz. And then Bosco was like kind of like a very veteran player who's never really been an IGL, but he's very vocal. And so like he kind of like filled in a lot of like what we should do, like not like micro changes, but he's like, we need to be doing this. And like we would kind of grow ideas off of that. And then two, also Rampy's very talkative. And we had this crazy 3-party system that I don't even know how it worked. And we got out of groups. And then after that, we've pretty much been a part of the system that we have now with Troy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
now we're here.
Well wrapped up.
I don't know. It's the same kind of thing though. Like everyone chips in ideas and then I just talk. But yeah.
Well, I agree. Like always through what I'm like so much into communication. So like any team I've ever been a part of, everyone needs to say something. I need to know what you know to like make a decision, right? Like that's what Troy needs. Like if he goes like through a round and then someone's like, well, I saw that they had a mirror on that side. Like at the end of the round, you're like, yeah, should have said something. Like I need that. So like everyone talks a lot, obviously, and then it's just kind of like all regurgitated, and it's like a joint idea that's put out by one voice. But like that's kind of the system we have, other than like it being like 2 or 3 people trying to come up with one idea, and then sometimes you're worried about like if 2 people have an idea, like which one do you go with? And if that one's wrong, is it going to be a problem at the end of the round? You know, like we don't really have that anymore, which that sometimes could have been a problem in the past.
Yeah. Yeah. Now we're here.
Yeah, we vibing.
Good luck in the major coming up next week, by the way, and I mean that sincerely. I don't mean that as like a snark. Like, you're gonna need it.
normally you're all about the snarky.
Yeah, but I'm
Good
not.
luck in
I'm
the
not snarky with Lycan.
qualifiers. You gotta qualify.
Yeah, but I wouldn't.
Good luck without Mute Mozzie.
I know Troy, like ever before he was on the team, was on like this high mountain of EG continuum. Didn't ever have to qualify, and then he showed up to SSG, and we had to do the qualify for SI 2020. And I was just like, "Welcome to the team, Troy."
Yeah,
Got to do this extra blue collar work.
I knew I was taking that risk. that was part of it. It was like I knew I most likely was going to have to play a qualifier, but
you got Bosco on the team. You have to play in every qualifier regardless. Bosco's the qualifier gatekeeper. The path to the quals run through him.
The thing is that usually, like, but previously, it was like as long as you had good results on the lands, you would qualify for future lands, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
or like just in the top 2, whatever. But so I was used to that. But then now it hasn't been the case because we won we won SI, and that didn't qualify us for anything. So it was like, well, fuck. Now we still got to play online to qualify. And then ever since then, there hasn't been a land. So like even when we have finished top 2, it doesn't matter anyways.
Yeah.
So yeah, unfortunate, but.
Well, if the EU results today were any indication, it's that everything just kind of goes up in the air. Temper got dusted off, Virtus Pro was next, and then Empire just utterly annihilated BDS. Mm-hmm. Which is funny because a lot of people were saying, oh, well, BDS is going to have their revenge in the finals. This is going to be grueling, blah, blah, blah. We're expecting to go live at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the next thing you know, it's over before we're even supposed to normally start. It's like, what?
Yeah.
So I woke up and I like rolled over, and it's like literally the final round of map 3. And I was like, what is going on? I was like, what? I've never had to wake up and get ready so quickly. And as you can see, like I did not get fully ready. So, but, other than the results today, if you want to talk about that really briefly, were you surprised by Empire steamrolling BDS?
I think most of the kind of like what Troy and I have said to each other is just like Empire's ability to learn the new maps that they now play is like what you really can kind of contribute this like rise back into like the top spot, because they've never been bad players. That's not why they started performing worse. It was the fact that they were a bank team, an organ team, a border team, along with their consulate, right? And they lost all of their maps. And now, like, well, they always ban Villa. Well, okay, let's put theme park in. Well, we don't like theme park either. Like,
yeah,
Cafe gets reconstructed. Well, we're not very good at that one either. So, like, they literally, like, within a couple months, like, really kind of had to look at themselves and figure out, like, okay, we got to figure out what maps we're going to be good at, and they had to change everything. I think they're still obviously really good at Coastline and Consulate, but they've picked up, the slack on the other stuff that's caused them to have all these problems.
Yeah. I think they just had to figure some things out. They had to change things. They had to figure out like new parts of the meta. I think a big thing was like for the longest time too, they always banned Mira, and then like Wamai comes in, and all of a sudden, like, that's not such a fun operator either. So they kind of want to ban that sometimes. Now they have to learn to play with Mira, and it's shaking things up. But I don't know. I think I said it on the podcast with Pengu. I think if you watched any other games in Phase 2, I feel like it wasn't surprising to me. Like, that you could tell they were getting back on track. I feel like a lot of people are surprised, but I feel like a lot of people, I don't know, maybe aren't truly familiar with like Empire Siege. I feel like they just see the results and that's that, which is the case with a lot of people. I think a lot of people just look at the results and they're like, well, they just lost, so they're not very good anymore. But I think you could see that they were. I think you could see that they were improving and that they were playing like Empire Siege. Like even at the start of the split, like if they weren't winning every game, like you could just see the rounds and how they were played out. That it looked more like themselves. Whereas like in the first split, like it was just it was a shit show. Like it didn't even look like themselves. So yeah, I think they figured some things out, kind of got back on their feet with their map pool, stuff like that. But I don't really think they went anywhere before. I think it was just them dealing with like these problems that they had to go through, like the map pool thing, the operator thing. Then Karzeka leaves, who was a huge part of that team. So I think just a lot of things they had to deal with, and I mean, obviously they have.
I will also say that Dan has had some consistency issues as a joystick, just as players. And I mean, when you've had games in the past where, you know, regardless of how good the team is, if Dan or joystick has a bad game, not necessarily have the depth there, Shepard gets progressively better.
I disagree with you.
What?
I disagree with you. I think people look at the individual players and like, oh, he's just inconsistent. But like, it's down to how the team is playing. Like,
no,
a team like Empire,
consistent.
like, no, but like a team like Empire, like those players are almost entirely set up by how the rest of the team is playing and working together.
Yes,
not just this guy's having a bad day.
Yeah,
like, I don't think that was any reason why they fell off whatsoever. Yeah, maybe joystick started doing worse, but like I don't think that had to do with his operator or like him playing just worse. I just think it was just the team falling apart, kind of.
The problem,
I think that hit his confidence.
I think it was confidence, and the one thing that we've always talked about with Empire, you'd let me finish, was that Empire plays a structure, and if the structure falls apart, they can't always recover. It's something that we've addressed many, many times, where every time that they go for an execute back in the golden age of Empire, which would be around the Raleigh Major, and that's that form of timeline from Milan onwards, was that they had the same pattern every time and things worked. And if things kind of fell apart, a lot of times even then, unless joystick or Dan or even Karzeka could just play off of whatever the situation was, things would go south really quickly. Shepard started to improve in terms of his consistency, and then eventually the team kind of stopped adapting or started to adapt to other strategies. And then when Karzeka left, Empire seemed rudderless. They didn't seem like they knew what kind of system they wanted to play off of, and it took them a while to find their footing. Now, the problem is that what I had assessed from Empire was that after Karzeka stepped off of the team, the inconsistencies that we saw from Dan and joystick, doesn't matter what the cause is, doesn't matter if it's the systems or not, but when you have that first stage where both of them don't look anywhere near as good as they used to, and we're talking, they're still good, but there were periods of time where like joystick and Dan were widely considered to be like top 5 players in the world. Sure, maybe it was carried because of the system, but when they fall off that hard and the rest of the team is not doing their jobs either and are also not getting kills, then I think you can begin to look at consistency issues with the team, regardless of whether it's a system or not. And the team has seemingly figured it out, and now they look like they're back to fine form. And Dan is playing as incredible as he has always, because now he can slot into their system well. And now he's more consistent because the team is more consistent.
Yeah. I'm personally not usually of the belief, and especially like with how that team plays, that you can look at like individual consistencies as much.
Yes, they're a very structured team that don't seem like they work all the best on the fly like others.
I think they've definitely improved on that, but I think it's just part of like the reason, like the certain positions get like they get filtered their kills almost, you know, like the like always is just popping off now. Like Scyther is taking like this Ash Jaeger role, and like he's like just running through people as well. Like it just depends on like the rules they're on, I think, and the positions they play, and like they kind of design their way of playing to like filter the kills to more specific players. And I think that's why, and I was watching, and I feel like Shepard got a lot of criticism, but like I don't think he's been playing bad. Like I've watched, and like I still don't see him like making a lot of mistakes and stuff like that. There's definitely some here and there, don't get me wrong, but like I think it's just everyone, like everything else is working better with the team, and he's not having to do as much.
Yeah,
I think also too, I feel like they've changed a little bit of how they go about attacking, even though it's still relatively the same. I think with before, something they've learned was that the maps that they were so good at, we joke about this back when we played them in SI 2019, was like Sav broke down their organ and told us about how like they literally did the same thing every time. And like these are what they do. These are the things they do, and like this is how we're gonna beat them. And they smoked us still every round before. It was like these are the things they're gonna do. Like the guys were so well prepared for that map, but the way that that old Empire team was they were so good at the strat that they ran. Any different thing that you would bring to it, they like had seen it before, so they were ready to move around that like specific counter to like do the next thing they had to do or whatever. And when they lost all those maps, they had to basically regain that strategy through those different maps and realized how difficult that is to do just from scratch. And so I think that they've done really well at coming up with these new maps and making it not so hard to like be thrown into that system. Like say if they got a new player or if like there's a new map, like the way they play now is a lot easier to like pick up things.
Everybody's meta, I think, the meta is gonna change everybody's style as well. Like at some point, things are gonna break, and I do wonder what happened to that Empire team, because they kind of just wobbled and fell off, and then Karzeka got moved to Rogue, and now Karzeka looked terrible. I mean, Rogue looked terrible, but Karzeka in particular looked terrible on Rogue. He had like the worst stats or the worst rating or something like that in the EUL, and then got kind of like benched. And I think we're still waiting on Leon Gids's twit longer, by the way. I think he said that he's gonna talk about stuff, but there's been nothing talked about now. I don't know, maybe we'll wait as long as we have to for heavies. But it's Europe is a fascinating region, always has been. I haven't been able to keep up with it as much as usual. And I do need to go back and rewatch some of the major because I've been working most of the weekend, so I didn't get to see any of yesterday's games. But I think number one, it does solidify that BDS is still the real deal. They're still a really good team. I would like to see how they perform on LAN, because typically all of those players are good LAN players as well. And that's one thing that's kind of slept on, is that you can be, you know, and I know that SSG has thoughts on this, you can be a very different team on LAN as you can be online.
I've never said that before.
Yeah, never. BDS are a tremendously good team on LAN. Shaiko performs, Bride performs, Renshiro performs. So I think that I think that BDS online probably a little weaker than they would be at an international event. But I mean, we just have no idea. We have no clue how teams are going to do, because, you know, our only international event was in February. So
yeah,
you know, and
it's hard to say. And
if SI happens, it'll have been a year since we had an event, and we don't even know what's happening with SI. So it's like, we don't know. Is it going to get moved? Is COVID, you know, still going to be wreaking havoc? Will there be a light at the end of the tunnel? We have no idea. So It could be even longer than a year until we see teams battle internationally.
Yeah, it's hard to say or like speculate how teams would do too, because we've only seen teams within their own regions, right? Like the last international competition we've seen is SI. Mm-hmm. So like even in BDS's case, like, don't get me wrong, I think BDS is a great team, and I think they'd still do, like, I think they do well at LAN. But I feel like a lot of people, like, because they were dominating in EU, everyone was like just thinking, well, they're just going to dominate at a LAN too. But like, you just don't know how teams will match up. Like, especially like in terms of like individual skill too. Like, I think they're a team that definitely they like take over because of their individual skill. But like there's regions like Latin America where like that doesn't matter, right? Like a team like Liquid, like they're just going to go head to head with them in individual skill. Like that, you're not just going to take over a match because of it against them. And like teams like TSM are very similar in that sense. So it's definitely kind of hard to say that a team, like, it's hard to speculate how teams would do in that sense. You just kind of have to wait and see. I think people should just look at how teams are looking within their own region and just kind of look at it like that. The way teams play against different regions is very hard to speculate and see like that, because just different play styles work better or worse against different teams. teams are far less comfortable playing against each other when they've never played against them before, right? Everyone's very comfortable playing against the players that they've played against for years and know how they play. I've been playing against like the guys on DZ for literally like 4 years. Some of the guys on DZ for like 4 years. Like and same with them. So it's just people are very comfortable and used to playing against each other. And I don't think that, like, I'm not saying that works in either advantage, because I think we have a strong matchup against DZ because of that. They probably have a strong matchup against us because of it. We just know each other so well, and same with other teams, other regions, so on and so forth. But yeah, I want international competition again, if that wasn't obvious.
So bad. We all want it so bad, man. Like, it's good for the game. You know, everyone wants to watch people play on LAN, and all of the players, like, there's not a player that you'll see post something bad about being at LAN, you know? So it's just where the game's at its best, and it's unfortunate, like, the stuff that we've had to go through this year, but just hoping, like, eventually we'll get past it, back to LANs, and it'll be just as exciting as ever. I mean, it's really done some weird things to the points. Points are awkward as all get out, and like there's some teams that deserve to be there that might not get there, and that's very frustrating to me personally, even though like we're already in. There's teams that, like, if they aren't there, like, I'm scratching my head over some of the other teams that might be in there. So yeah, like with Empire winning today, they jumped up high, and it's literally like now you're looking at Navi, G2, MIBR, like OXG kind of too. Like some of those teams could not be in, and that's crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
As of today, with the major happening, and so far we're waiting on APAC and NA, but right now the teams that have officially qualified are, this is of course if SI even happens, this would be BDS is currently number 1 in the world rankings, number 2 is Liquid, number 3 is NIP, DZ and TSM are both 4 and 5, but they still have to play, so they could possibly move up. Team 1 is number 5, Virtus Pro 7, Empire 8, Cloud9 is the first APAC team to qualify in 9th place. SSG have qualified, FaZe and Giants there as well. On the outside looking in, because it would be technically the top 16 teams that qualify with 4 fighting through the qualifiers, the remaining 4 spots that are not guaranteed are OXG, who will be in the qualifiers, G2, who are not in the qualifiers, or sorry, not in the major, MIBR, who competed in the major, they are done, and Navi, same thing. Cyclops is on the outside looking in, but they have an opportunity to get some points as well. They're the only team that is below 16th that could possibly move up at the moment, unless we see something crazy happen with Xavier, who's quite a ways back. So I don't think mathematically Xavier can lock in their spot, but they can make some noise. So
yeah, I think it's like the APAC winner gets like 510 points. If you're looking at it, I'm not looking at it, but I just don't see where Xavier beats the likes of Cloud9. Well, Cloud9's not doing so well right now, but mostly Giants and Cyclops. I think they're pretty much. APAC's still a very top heavy region.
Yeah.
More than the other regions.
Oh yeah.
God, is Fnatic not even on here? No, they're not. Holy shit, Fnatic's not even in the top
No,
40.
I mean,
that's not a surprise, but
they have an unfortunate situation.
Yeah. They're playing on LAN against a crazy peak everything region, right?
Yeah, and then part of it, they weren't even in the right country too, right? So their ping was like awful.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've gone through it too. Like, I feel bad for those guys.
Yeah. I mean, we'll wait and see.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
We'll wait and see. Now that he's gone, how are you feeling about your chances at the major?
No, I've already spoken to you on a couple of different occasions about this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited about the fact that it is LAN, and I'm glad it's announced now. Everyone gets to talk about it. It's always been somewhere where we kind of gain a lot of confidence, like our play style. I think in particular, a couple of our players have always just been more comfortable and played better on LAN. And I think that's like mostly Bosco and Nade. I think both of them really are kind of like hardcore angle holders. And sometimes sometimes they'll get killed and like they'll clip it and you're just getting killed by tracers. It happens to everybody, but like it happens a lot to them, and it's tough like to deal with. If I prefer this one play style, I literally can't play this play style because I'm forced to play online, and it's very frustrating. So it's okay when you deal with playing online every once in a while because we can't always be in the same place as everyone else. I get that. But like when this pandemic happened and now you can never get the reset where you get your land opportunities, it tears at you like month by month, dealing with these problems of just getting swung and not being able to be like, I'll see you on land, You don't get that like moment where you're like, I know I'll get you when it counts. It taxes you mentally, like as a player and as a coach watching them, because like the problem, but at the same time you gotta like try to tell them like, hey, that doesn't matter. Like that was gonna happen. We're playing online, but you can't change the way that someone plays.
Yeah.
Like you can't just tell them, well, swing. Like, it's just you just can't do that. So no, we're very excited as a team, and individually, I know the guys are really excited to be back playing on land, just like everyone else is too, like the other teams. So hopefully, we'll put on a great show. I know I'm not going to say hopefully. I know, like NA will put on a great show this weekend.
Yeah,
I'm excited to cast it. All right, let's talk about the juicy stuff. What's Neon Dawn called?
Neon Dawn.
Neon Dawn. Which is a mouthful.
Yes.
There were I believe that the term that we use in the business is a metric fuck ton of changes that have been made. In fact, I had said many times, I'm a little worried about the future of what happens with this game and the balancing. The complete and utter silence from the devs in regards to what changes were coming, the current situation involving, indestructible gadgets or bulletproof gadgets, etc. But there were a lot of really promising changes. Where would we like to start is the question. And as our guest, I figure I should ask you, where would you like to begin?
Sure. I think the new op is like a great place to start. Just because it's like the big one. Yeah.
How did she get that scar?
We're going to learn later. That's what I heard.
Dude, who gives a shit about lore? Who cares how she got the scar?
She was in some like operation with Thermite. I like Thermite. So.
I mean, I don't. So
she got hurt more than him. That's what I heard.
I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about her. I feel like she doesn't seem that ridiculous. I feel like some people are reacting like she does with like indestructible gadgets, like literally indestructible. But I feel like only 3 of them, and then the cooldown thing, like they don't do an overwhelming amount. Like I feel like they're nice, but don't do an overwhelming amount. Do we have to like break down what they do? I'm not sure if you wanted to do that, Parker, but
I mean, sure, I can go through all of it. Macy is saying that she's so bad in the...
Yeah,
like bad as in like not good, because like literally somebody above goes, she's completely broken, and then Macy goes, she's so bad. So like I feel like that cannot be correct. Anyway, this is what always happens. A new operator,
I think she's very underwhelming.
You think she's underwhelming?
I mean, I think she's useful, but I think the biggest thing is that she can help with like the rotations and stuff, like that she can punch out walls and all that. I think that's nice, but I don't know. The gates don't seem like it's helping kind of with the Jaeger nerf and making it so that like, I mean, you kind of have to run multiple.
Yeah.
To really protect something now, but like by herself, I feel like she's pretty underwhelming. Like you throw a flash or you throw a drone through, you send an ionical through. Like there's a lot of things you can do to deactivate the gate or whatever, and then it's down for like 30 seconds, which is
and they have to manually reset it.
They do?
That's what Macy just said. They have to manually reset it.
After 30 seconds, you have to shoot the little orb thing at the top, and then the gate will go back down again. So if you're like nowhere near it, then it's only going to happen once. I think the big thing you got to look at whenever the new operators come in is what they can give you with other operators, right? Because we've always talked about like, well, Mozzie didn't seem that crazy, and then all of a sudden you had the mute Mozzie, and then it was like, whoa, Mozzie's like nuts. We got to get rid of his shotgun. But I think I didn't agree with that, but it was fine.
We're on the same page with that one.
I think that you can look at a couple things that she can do that will be cool. I know, like, it's if you have like a mute jammer and then that gate, the drone can't like find a way to jump around it. So like you can very sure, like say pixel door on like a roam, like you're roaming and you want to make sure they can't drone down Whitehall. Like you could do something like that where the drone can't jump around the jammer or jump around a spider, but then you're stacking utility together. So like she can work like that where you can kind of tag her into the mute Mozzie meta a little bit. I think there's a lot of disadvantages with her, obviously, with it being 30 seconds, and you have to stay around it to make sure it goes back up again. Like, yeah, there's a lot of ways where she's not very good. Also, too, the MK14, if you've ever played Dokkaebi, you'll always say that gun sucks. It's very hard to like fast fire that DMR. So to get kills, I will say as a defender, that gun's probably pretty good, but as an attacker, it's awful. But the DMR is not the strongest DMR, so I think that's good for her, as well as the Roni. The Roni has always been known as a nasty fragging gun, but it's terrible if you're in a multi-kill situation. You literally get one and you're traded out. There's nothing you can do about it. So you have to put yourself in like perfect situations to be able to like make that work. So I feel like there's a lot of like downsides to her that allows her to have this mechanic where she can make like rotate holes infinitely throughout the round, which I think that's pretty unique. Obviously, there's a lot less impacts you have to bring. There's a lot less shotguns you have to bring. So there's spots where I think she'll be okay, but I think for the most part she won't be that good.
Yeah.
She seemed, when I first saw leaks of her, which obviously like we had with Kali and other operators in the past, the leaks seem, oh my god, they're super overpowered. And then that just doesn't end up being the case because they tweak them. And I think it was even who was Mello said something about how she's already been tweaked or something like that.
Yeah, it's like 30 damage down from 40. When
it used to be 40 damage if you walk through it, but now it's, So, I mean, I think she's a cool concept. I don't like that it's an indestructible gadget, but I mean, 30 seconds is eternity in this game. Like, imagine she throws it on any of the doorways or any of the walls in Piano of Cafe. Is it realistically, once you open things up and you disable it, is it going to take you 30 seconds to take that room? I mean, with the way some teams play the deployable shield over by Pixel or in Bathroom now, maybe, but then teams will just make a conscious effort to not go after that gate right away, right? Like, I will say that I hate that they're adding like these weird secondary abilities. Like she can punch fucking holes. Like a lot of people have said, like, just give her like, have her run like impacts or give her like a secondary shotgun. And it's like, yeah, that's what it should be. There shouldn't be one operator, like, unless that's her fucking ability. Like, unless she's like, why doesn't Oryx have that? Like, that makes no sense to me. Like, Oryx can just slam through walls, but he can't punch a wall with a bigger hole. Why? Oh, because lore. Now we've gotten to the fucking lore fest again, where it's like, well, why can Zofia get up, but nobody else can? And it's like, oh my god, here we go again. Like, it just, it blows me away. Like, Oryx should be able to smash a giant hole in the wall. The dude's the strongest man on the planet. Like, come on. But it's just, they should give her like a secondary shotgun and not have her be able to do that. But the devs love to do this, and I hate it. I hate it so much, but they love to do this. So everybody gets their own little flavor. It's like,
I think it's unique. I think it's kind of cool. I also like that you have to basically punch a hole 4 times to get a rotate. Like, I like that it's a very tiny hole, which was something that I was saying needed to be the change with Buck. Instead of his grenades, was they needed to make the skeleton key like destroy less instead of taking away his nades and like making him in this weird spot.
I mean, that's what I said,
like,
right? Balance the gadget, not the gun.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be interesting to see, I think for sure. And hopefully it's not too overpowering. I don't know if teams are really going to find a spot to put her in. Like all this is like kind of happening, and like we'd be having a way different conversation if the changes to Jaeger didn't happen today.
Right.
Because with her gadget plus like old Jaeger, it would have been awful, impossible. So I think it's not that big of a deal what she is because of some other situations that happened today as well.
Yeah. So
yeah,
I can give a quick rundown of all the changes just in bullet point form. Because I think it's important to talk about them. So the big one, other than Aruni being added, is Jaeger is getting a gadget rework where he still gets 3 ADSs, but they reset after 10 seconds of use. So you put down an ADS and somebody flashes you in 10 seconds, it works again. It's disabled for 10 seconds. So if you know, people dump in those 3 flashbangs, 2 of those flashbangs are going to hit now because the ADS isn't going to catch anything after it catches the first projectile, first explosive, whatever gets tossed in. That's a huge change. I mean, it's good for Jaeger because it's going to be able to change up the way you play. You're not just going to set down 3 ADSs and then just forget about them from now on. You might be able to juggle them. You can move them somewhere else, because if a round goes long enough and teams are bad, and I foresee this happening in ranked and casual, Jaeger could be even better because people don't know how to dump and actually push people. So if you've got a bad team in like silver, bronze, or gold, or wherever they're going to be, and they take their time to throw out flashbangs, Jaeger could potentially be even better than he is now if the opponent that you're playing against is terrible. But in pro play, where so many people are used to, like, everybody looks at Coastline, for example, or Blue on Clubhouse, where it's like you just dump in like 5, 6 of your flashbangs just to clear them all out at once. You can't really do that anymore as a defender because you're going to get flashed right away. This is also a big buff to smokes. Throw 1 flash, now you can throw a smoke or a grenade in right after. It's a big buff to Ying as well. Because think about it, Ying's Candela bursts, and each of those individual charges gets eaten by an ADS. You roll in a Candela and just a single one goes off, that's enough to proc the ADS, and I love that we can use that word now. That's enough to proc the ADS, and now all the rest of the Candelas are going to go off. All the little flashes. So that's a big change to Jaeger. Echo got a change. His drones are a little bit louder. Or sorry, a little bit quieter. They're a little bit quieter, but the trade-off is that they are no longer invisible. Also, Echo gets a deployable shield again. Deployable shield was taken off of Valk and Wamai. It's still on Smoke. A lot of people would argue that both Smoke and Echo are the only 2 staple ops that are going to have access to a deployable shield now, other than Goyo, of course. Hibana's X-Kairos got reworked, so now you have 18 pellets, and you can choose how to administer them. You can either shoot 2, 4, or 6. I think that's a huge buff to Hibana, and will be fascinating to play around, and frankly, it's going to be hell for some bad teams who are terrible at defending, but it's going to make attacking a lot easier. And then the run-out reveal timer has been decreased as well. You get this big, ugly prompt on your screen that shows that you get a prompt now when you're outside for 1 second instead of technically 3 seconds, because you have the countdown timer and then you're revealed. Tachanka lost Withstand. And Outback is out of the ranked pool, but that has nothing to do, but we should all be happy about that.
Yeah.
So those are most of the changes. Oh yeah, Ash lost flashes. She got a Claymore instead, but now she gets an extra Ash charge.
Yeah.
So she has 3 Ash charges and a Claymore.
I think I don't know. The changes overall, I mean, it's a lot to process. Like, it's hard to comment on them because I feel like they change so much of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Wamai lost a disc.
Oh, disc and shield.
Yeah, so Wamai's now down to 4 discs, and yeah, reinforcements are faster too. Reinforcements are twice as fast now.
Which I think is a great change.
Dokubi got frag grenades, 0 lost frag grenades, and he's got the new hard breach disc. Wamai and Valk got impacts. So Valk is now impacts or nitro cell. Lamai is proximity alarm and impacts now, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I think the 0 change is definitely good. It made no sense why he had grenades.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like from a roll standpoint, it was very awkward. So
Yeah.
I gotta say, like, most of the changes are good. I don't think there's anything here I disagree with.
I disagree with the Echo one.
Why? What do you disagree with?
So my thing with Echo is that I feel like it was an inconvenience to bring IQ before to deal with Echo because you had to bring so much for the utility meta, and IQ didn't bring anything for that.
Right.
But now that's not necessarily the case because you don't need to bring as much to clear ADSs, Wumais, all that. Like it won't be as much of an issue. Now it's just going to be down to like purely like the explosive count rather than the flashbangs and all that. And I don't know. I don't think making them visible was a necessary change for that. I mean, I think it could be okay. It's just my take on it. Personally, I think the reason a lot of people complained about IQ was one, they didn't want to, or sorry, not IQ. Echo was one, they didn't want to bring the IQ because of the meta. But also, I think there are not many competent IQ players in the world. And I think people just complain about it as an excuse because they can't play IQ well.
I agree. It makes dealing with Echo a lot easier, which I think removes a lot of frustration from players, which I think is like a good thing. But I think it really kind of it doesn't show, like being able to deal with Echo well before, like kind of gave you like something extra. Like if you didn't have to ban it, but you knew the other team would have to, you could shove it down their throat. And like they were forced to figure out a way to get around it. And instead, like now it's just, oh, we'll just make it easier for everyone, which I don't always think is like the right thing to do. I think it's cool to see like a team be able to like have something like that and, you know, kind of show their style. But I get it. Like forever, people have been mad about like invisible traps and invisible gadgets and dealing with all that. And I get that frustration. I just thought there was like an extra set of pride you had when you knew that you could like handle an Echo being on the other team. So that's disappointing at like a high level.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it can be pretty underwhelming because it's hard to use him for like anything other than actually droning people now, I feel like. I don't think there's as many spots where you can just like hide an Echo drone on a ceiling. Like Valcams, like you can easily hide and like put them in good positions, but like the Echo drone placement, it's just you can jump it straight in the air and that's it. It's not like a Valcam where you can just throw it to whatever and it sticks there.
Sorry, go ahead.
And then I just think there's not even an incentive to bring IQ to find an Echo drone now because if you just look at the ceiling, like that's it.
I think before too, like something that was really hard with yokais was you don't have callouts for the ceiling, so like you had to like grid a comm for like where this yokai was. You're like it's like kind of goose, but like over towards more to heater. Like you're like trying to like call out like where this thing is.
Yeah.
But like with the new ping system, it even made it easier. You just had to find it, ping it, and then any of your teammates could shoot it.
I will say we didn't really get to experience that though, because it got bugged and he was removed around the ping system time. So
I am totally okay, by the way, with them taking really, really strong operators and just nerfing them into the ground so that we just don't see them. And I don't give a shit if they're viable or not. Like Lion, for example, like after Lion and Ella's rework, their pick rates just bottomed out for a period of time before like kind of coming back. Ella's never really recovered, but Lion's did sometimes. I mean, I think I do wonder how much we would see of Lion if, you know, there wasn't such rigidity when it comes to the attacking lineup right now. But I'm totally okay with them taking an operator like like Valkyrie, like Echo, that have just been around for, like Jaeger, who have just been around forever, and just making them weak. It doesn't like, yeah, will it suck for the people who play them? Sure. But you know what? It will mandate new operators in their place, which will be nice to see. You know, I will say this about the Mute Mozzie meta. It was cool to see Mute so often. It got tiring quite quickly. I know you guys liked it, but like, it was nice to see Alibi have some viability. It was nice to see Vigil get picked as often as he was. It was nice to see Castle becoming a staple operator. And Mute, whose pick rate in pro play until he got the SMG 11 was totally zero. It was nice to see all these operators all of a sudden come in. The problem was that there wasn't any real flexibility. So you would tend to see the same 3 of 5 operators on defense. It was always Mute, Mozzie, and then either Castle or Vigil or possibly Legion at the time before he got nerfed. But it's just, and the same thing with Legion. People were complaining, oh, Legion's too weak. Legion was everywhere. I would be so fucking fine with them nerfing Zofia into the ground just so she's not in every single game. I know that might be an unpopular opinion, but I'm okay with them dumpstering a strong operator like Echo. I'm okay okay not seeing Echo. I don't care what the reason is.
My thing is that I don't think they needed to do that nerf for Echo to be adjusted, because people would be able to bring IQ more. The meta would be, I think the game is going to be sped up. So you're not just going to be able to win off Echo denying plant late round all the time, because people will get to their execute a lot quicker. So people would have to use the drone in a different way already. Obviously, yeah, maybe like it'll be okay anyways, but I think it forces you to use the drone in like one way now, which I'm not a huge fan of. But
I'm kind of the same. Like, I'm sorry.
I would have liked to see how it played out without the nerf, and then if he needed it, sure, but I don't think he needed it personally.
I kind of have the same mind frame as you do, Parker, because I come from MOBAs, so I'm very used to like kind of like champions coming in and coming out as the season go. It pretty much the devs decide like who's going to be the good ones this season and who's not. So I'm kind of used to that, and I do like that, and I kind of like agree with Troy though. I think he actually could have been like not that strong. He still would have been like a big pick for some teams, but I don't think he would have been as strong as he was like in this meta where the team doesn't have anything but 15 seconds left to hit the site. So you're gonna win the drone or gonna win the round with only one hit. It's not like the old days where you had your like Echo playing in the garage of Bank and they're trying to like plant constantly at the CC door, and your Echo's like driving the drone from underneath the desk, popping it up, hitting them like 20 times and like trying to hide it over and over again. Like it's not like that. It literally was, if you have Echo, you only have to hit them once and you win the round. Like that, like Echo was way too strong in like the current meta that we have now. But I don't think it would have been like that at all.
Yeah. That's just why I think that. But I'm okay with changes regardless. I am. But I'm excited to see different things, and especially changes that will get us out of the meta we've been in, because throwing flashbangs over and over into a guy behind a shield there's just like, it's miserable. There's some bomb sites where you just attack them and like you're literally mentally preparing yourself because you're going to go into this doorway and like you have to throw some flashes at this fucking crackhead behind his shield that's just pre-firing over and over again. Just like 75% chance that I just die here and we lose the round. But like, it's got to be done.
Yeah. Do we want to continue to talk in this way, or do we want to move on to Hibana? Macy is insisting that we talk on Hibana.
I have questions about her too, because I don't understand it all. Because I just saw it as it was right away. But so do you have a capacity of 18? Is that how it works now?
That's what the video I watched had an 18 down in the bottom right corner. Yeah.
Okay, so like it's not you have 3 shots that you can do whatever with. It's that you have 18 pellets.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that's interesting because you can get 4 hatches, right? Pellets.
Yeah. You can get 4 hatches. So like, that's crazy. Thank God Bank's not in the map pool anymore. I'm telling you what, because that would have been awful. But I think that's probably one of the bigger changes that'll kind of go under the radar a little bit at the beginning, because maps like Clubhouse, where you're now forced to bring 4 impacts to try to deny them from getting the kitchen hatch, like that you're asking a lot from the defense. If anyone's going to open up the floor at all, now you're dealing with 2 guys trying not to die while they have to. You can't just get one guy to throw 2 and one guy only needs to throw 1 more. They both need to get off 4 throws without dying.
The hatch is getting open, man.
That hatch is, yeah. I mean, I think you're going to see a lot more of teams just trying to roam or going their third.
Which is good, in my opinion. I have been on the record saying I don't like impact tricking and how prominent it is.
I was going to say, in general, it's a big nerf to impact tricking. I mean, only really if you bring Hibana, but like Ace already kind of helped with that because it's 3 charges, and it's the same thing where, because the thing with Ace and Hibana, right, is if you put them like prone level on walls, they can't be impact denied in some instances. Some instances they can. But I think it changes up a lot of things because you're not just going to be able to rely on impacting something now because it's most likely going to get open just because people are going to whittle away at it.
I think the thing that you'll see that will be the worst part of it all isn't even the hatches. I think the worst part of it all that you'll see is how she can get the bottom of walls without it being impacted anyway. So if you look at, like, say, if she only shot like a double shot, you're talking about that her doing that 8 times. You can find like little spots across the wall to like blow those up. So then the defender's forced back away from the wall. And now you can shoot bigger shots across the wall that they can't impact, that are higher up, because of the fact that you can like lay prone and like shoot their feet and stuff. So that's also on the church wall. Like, I'm already thinking about how awful the church wall will be. So I think her change is probably the best one out of all of them.
I'm also of the opinion, if we go back to that MOBA comparison, the only time that the meta has even kind of resembled an attacker-sided meta was under Lycan, and it was pretty much 50-50. We have never had a period of time, at least since I've been watching and casting, where the attackers had a decisive advantage on a majority of the maps. It's usually always there's 1 or 2 maps that are attacker favored, one of which is almost always coastline, and then all the other maps are 52 to 60% in favor of the defense. And that's okay. But I'm also of the opinion where it's like, I also kind of like to see attackers winning. So I'm okay with that getting flipped on its head. Maybe it shouldn't be as easy for the defenders. Maybe it's okay for the attackers to be a little bit better and have more tools at their disposal. And, we talked about impact tricking and how much I don't really like it, and how I said it's one of the things that I would do that I think would be good for impact tricking is maybe reduce the explosion radius of an impact. So you can't just throw an impact haphazardly and just take out a thermite charge on the other side of the wall. Obviously, Hibana changing is very different and opens up different avenues for people to attack on walls, and it's going to lower the likelihood of impact tricking being successful. I'm okay with that. But it's going to be really fun to see the way that teams adapt. And, already, whether they are correct or not, a lot of people are both very excited for the Hibana changes and also saying, yeah, she's going to be an insta-ban. So, who knows? We'll see.
I don't know about insta-ban, but her ban will go up. Her ban percentage on specific maps, like, I mean, all my examples were on Clubhouse because they seem ridiculous on that map right away. But
Villa feels like another.
Yes, which she's already seen bans on both of those maps anyway, right? Yeah. So I feel like it's going to kind of be like the maps where you'd already see bans against her, like they'll be more prevalent than even before. Mm-hmm. I think attackers, like, we've only really seen one season where the attackers were kind of dominating like that. And it was like a very dark time, I'd say, for the Twitter of Rainbow Six with like Lycan and all that stuff at its peak. I think this time will maybe be a little bit different, but a lot of the changes allow for that meta to kind of come back. So that's like one, I guess, worrying thing for defenders is there's a lot of situations where you can bring Lion, Dope, Ying, Mav, and then like Nomad or something, I don't know. But you can bring a lot of kind of craziness and not worry about Blaz bringing smokes. He can just bring your nades or whatever, and there's not a whole lot of shields you have to get rid of anymore, and like not a whole lot of utility you have to clear, so you can bring like a crazy lion or like a crazy lineup. So I think all of that I'm like kind of waiting to say because I want to kind of see it first.
Well, I think you can still get forced into like bringing a heavy explosive lineup because like Smoke still has his shield, and then like
Malusi.
the usual suspects of Malusi, Goyo, and Maestro didn't get touched. So you can still force teams to bring like a high count of explosives, but it's dependent on whether or not teams do that, because I think teams might end up changing how they're playing it because they can't protect that stuff. Because if a team does bring the high explosives count against all that, it's harder to capitalize on trying to kill them while clearing it because you can't protect it anymore. It's just people will just get rid of it right away, kind of thing. Especially with Ash Warden getting in. Oh, yeah, and then with Ash getting an extra charge, that helps it as well. So we'll see, but the
defenders are
very hard
more
to tell.
Equipped now for sure.
Yeah, I think the thing is I think it will result in more variation of how teams play. I just think there will be different ways to play the game. I don't think there will be like a clear-cut best way to defend or attack, because I think teams will be able to punish people if they're bringing like a super execute heavy lineup when you just bring like too many indestructibles for them to deal with, or if they're already bringing that, then you just are going to end up playing like super aggressive with vision ops probably or something, or I don't know, maybe a bunch of rotate holes with Tachanka, Smoke, and whatever her name is, new op.
Aruni.
Yeah, it's Aruni.
But yeah, I think there's a lot more options.
Yeah, there's sometimes like with like this new meta that you could bring like a Glaz or a Ying, and you could just skip on getting rid of the Malusis or the Banshees, if I want to. I don't know if we say it like particular here, because everything's smoked off or they're all flashed.
You can call them whatever you want, anyway. By
the way. You would have to just basically target bubbles and the bulletproofs and like make sure like you kill the vision, obviously. But I think the game, like it's going to be cool because the game's going to change drastically on how it's played. I think you'll see more like either teams go like execute heavy, or they're going to be very aggressive to not let you get to that point and try to kill you early. So I think there's going to be a lot less of this stall, wait around, viewers get bored. Like, do I even have to watch the first part of the round? I think that from round to round, I think the game's going to change a lot. And whether or not I like that play style or not, it is going to be good for the game, I feel like, which is like what we need right now. So that's something I'm very excited about, is we're going to breathe some new air into Siege, and I hope that people that used to play the game are going to see that it's a little bit different, and they're going to give it a chance again.
You've been talking about that a fair bit, actually. I mean, you talked about that, I feel like, a week or two ago. I think it was about E-United leaving. You touched on it. About how everybody's coming out to like dunk on Ubisoft. And I will say, you were far nicer about it than me, because you were like, oh, it's so nice to see like old familiar faces who don't play this game anymore like still care. To me, it's like, fuck off. Like you left. Like if you leave and all you do, the only time you come back to Rainbow Six is to literally create drama and be an asshole to either developers or other teams or the game on Twitter. I don't have that same kind of like cheery thought process that you have. I'm like, you people are annoying. Like, go away. All you're doing is coming here to try and like farm likes and clouds for a game you don't play anymore, and you have said many times you don't care about. If you don't care about it, then stop talking about it. I just think it's disingenuous when former players and all that come out and they're like, I don't care about Siege anymore, but I care enough to tweet about it nonstop for like 2 days. And it's like, well, clearly you do. So either stop lying Like, or don't say you don't care. Like, you were really nice about it,
Yeah.
but I am not as nice to those people.
I've always been kind of the content is content kind of person. And I know like it can be negative. A lot of people come to mind immediately, like they can be negative, but it gets people interested in talking. And if people don't get interested in it anymore, like they're just gonna find something else. They're gonna unfollow like the whole community, you know, like if people some people like the drama, some people don't like the drama. We have to kind of like filter to everybody. It was kind of like more of that aspect too. I really do like mean that as well. Also to the fact that like there's players like Virus and Hyena and like I can list a bunch, but like I've met these people in person and I've had conversations like at airports waiting for our flights and like I really like I know these people and they were my friends. So like for them to come back and say something about the game, yeah, I get they're frustrated, but I still like the fact that they're going to come back and talk about it and I can be like, "Oh yeah, like you're still alive, like come back, play the game," you know? So, it's kind of both ways, but I feel like this game needs people talking about it way more than we do. I wish that the active players didn't jump on the bandwagon of smashing the game and leave that for the players that quit. Let the people that quit talk trash on our game and you support our game. But I'm not that one's like such a deep conversation that I've been kind of told that I'm dumb about too many times. But I don't know. I have so much passion for the game, man, and I just wanted to see it do really well. And like the last couple of weeks, I think everyone can fairly say that we're constantly being hit with bad news every day, and it like wears on you when especially when it's your job, but also too like something you love. It's pretty hard. So hopefully we can like kind of turn and like band together, community whole. I don't know if I've like talked to you about this in particular, but like one thing that I think was wrong with our game from the get-go was Reddit. And Reddit's become a joke with our community. And I know it's like kind of a joke a little bit with everyone, but the way that it was at the beginning, it was all one subreddit. And then the comp players and would like come up with ideas and post them, or like the community would come up with ideas and post them. And there was giant wars on the subreddit, like between the two sides, so bad that they had to literally split the subreddit into like the comp side and the casual side. And now like a lot of the casual side of the game don't care about what we do because we're not a part of them. And like that's something that we have to find a way to like get over and come together on because most of our game doesn't care about the pro side, and it's crazy to me. Like we're missing out on so many people that could watch it and be entertained, and I think we just there's a lot of things that we're doing wrong, not from the dev side at all. There's a lot of stuff we're doing wrong because of the players, and we don't take responsibility for that.
So we've arrived at our daily / weekly shit on Reddit moment, which has now replaced shit on E United because E United's so bad they don't even exist anymore.
All right, man.
So we
That one's tough.
So I'm just kidding, by the way.
That's a shame because it's right when they were
starting to do better.
They were getting better.
Yeah, they were getting much better. And anyway, but this is now we are now on 18 of 19 episodes where we've been able to get in a dig at E United. So we're gonna keep going at some point until eventually it ends. But I think that there's two culprits here. I've talked a lot about this on Twitter, Twitch, interviews, etc. I think the big reason, number one, is that we are supported on consoles, and console gamers are just inherently less competitive. You know, and console gamers are gonna be like, what the fuck? I squad up with my friends and we play ranked. It's like, yeah, well, ranked isn't really competitive. Like, there are fewer leagues on consoles. Consoles as gaming platforms are made to be casual. They are made for you to be able to relax, lay on a couch and play video games on your giant TV 5-10 feet away from you. Like, that is, they're there for you and a couple buddies to kick back and play the game and not really sweat it out, right? And it's not surprising. There's, you know, now that Call of Duty is supposedly moving over to PC as well, even though they're still going to be using controllers, I think they said. Or they're going to stay on PlayStation, but they're use mouse and keyboard. I can't remember. Somebody's going to correct me.
It's PC. They're using controllers though.
Still very dumb, but that's fine. But it's like there's a reason why console esports isn't really a thing, and there's a reason why it always prioritizes or tends to prioritize like PC players. And when we have 70% of the player base or thereabouts, based on the information we had years ago, mind you, I don't know what it's at now, but if we've got like 70% of the player base on consoles, like, yeah, I mean, they're going to hold back the competitive side because the way that these people play the game, sitting on a couch, maybe playing a match of casual or two a night with no headphones on and no mic, only listening to it through their TV speakers. There are millions of people who play Rainbow Six like that daily. No offense, they don't know anything about the competitive side of this game because they don't play it. But if they're invested enough, they have an opinion, and those opinions end up finding traction on the subreddit. So yeah, we create the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit, which is continuing to grow. We're at 95,000 subs on R6PL, which is pretty big. Still, I argue that the subreddit is really underused. Drama and memes tend to dominate. People have now gone back to not posting anything of significance. You know, there was a brief like month and a half to 2 months where there were so many posts every day and so much discussion, and it was awesome. But the problem was that a couple users were submitting most of that. And I mean, it's not fair for those people. We're now at a point now where today has actually been huge for the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit, but this tends to be an EU phenomenon. EU does really, really well. There's tons of clips of EU. There's tons of discussions about EU, but then there's an NA play day and it's just crickets. There's a LATAM play day and it's just crickets. But even then, we go on the subreddit, and it's like just the other day, like I was reading about how people were talking about casters, and I decided to make a comment because people were like talking about Kix as a shoutcaster, and it's like, well, Kix wasn't a shoutcaster when he got picked up. Like, how do you people not know this? Somebody was like, yeah, Bloodbath was a terrible play-by-play, but so was Kix. And it's like, yeah, but Kix wasn't a play-by-play. And Kix had no previous casting experience. Bloodbath was a community caster. Like, these are not comparables. How do you think these are the same? And then today, it's like there's a couple people going at like Leon over a fuck if I know. And just like, no wonder pro players and content creators avoid the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit. Do I think Reddit's a problem? I don't think Reddit's a problem because I think the amount of people who use Reddit it's a tiny number. 95,000 subs on the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit. We routinely break 100,000 viewers on our big live events. So to me, it's not like it's the end of the world. The greater issue is the casual community doesn't know how to play this game at a top level, but thinks they can balance around it. And that's the problem. And it does hold us back.
Yeah, I mean, I've notoriously told my players to not look at the subreddit ever because of what it can do to your mentality. The only problem I've ever had with the subreddit, both sides, has been the fact that you feel like you have to have the hottest of takes to get upvotes. And then, like, the takes, like when you read it as a player, are ridiculous. And, like, they're very demotivating a lot of the time. So I've always told people, like, if you really care about your mentality, stay off the Reddit. But I mean, I get that. Like, if you feel like you gotta make your hot takes or whatever, but it is what it is, I guess.
I don't know. I don't have any thoughts. I try to stay away. Sometimes I used to hop on there more, but yeah, there's just some shit, and you click on it, and you're like, why did I come to this website? But yeah,
I'll never forget.
I agree,
I'll never forget when they were talking about ESL and what would happen. And I just remember there was one time I was streaming and somebody asked me a very simple question, like, you know, if you weren't casting Rainbow Six, what would you be doing? And I said, you know, I'd probably CSGO because like it's a good shooter, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, CSGO is the highest like prestige, yada, yada, yada. And then next thing you know, somebody on Reddit, when they were talking about ESL, were like, well, Intero's going to want to stay with ESL. His dream is to cast CSGO. And I just saw it and I was like, what? I barely even play CSGO. It's just where I would go if the game died. Like, what? And then next thing you know, there's like, I start seeing like this just get parroted as fact. And somebody was talking about it on Reddit being like, well, Intero might leave when the leagues split to go cast CSGO. And I had to like step in and be like, where did this come from? Like some person wildly misinterpreted something I said, and now all these dummies have just picked up on it and are now treating it like fact. It's just like, irritates me, man. I do think that not reading the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit is a smart idea. It goes in waves. It gets better and then it gets worse. I think you actually, and I want to shift this conversation a little bit because I think we talked about this with Pengu, and I think it's something that you and I have discussed in private a couple times, is the responsibility that players have to not openly shit on the game when fans are watching. And I know that one conversation that you wanted to have was how we talk about this game on social media.
Yeah, I know I've like seen pushback even too from some of the usual negative people. I'm not gonna give them the name call out that they wish, but I just feel like for the most part, like this is okay. So I'm gonna talk about this like more from a standpoint of it's my job. It's my like this is what makes me money, right? And not only that, but like I obviously have the passion too. But if this ends at any time, then I no longer have a source of income, which maybe I look at that differently because I have 3 kids and a wife, and she's like currently going to school. So I'm the sole provider right now for my family. Like, why would I do something to ruin my chance at making money? This is not even talking about my passion for the game. This is sole like survival instincts. It makes no sense to me why we continue to bash the game that we do in the way that we do it without we find really good ways to talk about all the things that upset us, and we go out of our way to never talk about the things that make us happy. And so all that the like 12, 15, maybe even 18-year-old kids who are watching their favorite players talk all this crap on the game, like why would they want to like then play it professionally, or why would they want to keep watching it? Or if I'm a 25-year-old kid that goes to college and his only spare time is to like watch the pro games, why am I going to waste my time? I got college I got to like work on, or I got like a real life job where I'm like a new person trying to go up in the company. Why am I going to waste my time watching this if you don't even like what you're doing? There's like, it makes no sense to me the way that we treat our baby. Like literally, there's so many things that we could do to make it better. But I think and this is not true for everything, because I do think that there are times where we do have very positive people in the community. I think Macy's a really good one. Macy, like constantly you'll see like tips and tricks and, like cool things you can do, I think that's really great for the community. And I think there's even like Get Flanked as well, like kind of like tries to hit more onto the positive, like competitive side of it. Like those kind of people, like they are doing that. So it's not all bad. And I would say, I guess mostly it's like the players that are always bashing on it. But I feel like we have to voice when we're happy a lot more than when we're angry, but it never seems that we're ever winning that battle. And I know there's like a ton of different things that are going on in the game, server instability, big orgs pulling out, like, this and that, like happening, that it's hard to always find something good to talk about. But there's always a way to like spin it in a way that isn't as bad as we say, it's not one of these like, well, the game's shit like that. And that's it. Like, period, the end. Like nothing more than that. Like, it's just like a one-off. And I don't know. I think we could do a lot better as a pro community. And a lot of the times I look at some of the stuff we say and I'm like really disappointed. I will say that there are people who are negative in the game. That's kind of like their persona. I think Super's like a really good one at that.
Oh,
And I
he's
think
waiting for you to say his name.
I think he, in my opinion, balances a good fine line. When I first met him, we kind of went at it a couple times on social media, and after kind of understanding him a lot more, I appreciate like the void he fills in the community. But like I'm talking about the people that do it that are like one-offs. And I think we have even people on our team that are like guilty of it as well. And I do it as well also, but like just like being mad at the game and just being like, it's shit. And they're like, what does that do, man? Like it's not good. It doesn't help. I get that you have to vent your frustration. Vent it. But also like the next day, if something good happens, why are you not saying that? Like it needs to be a mix of both.
I agree. Not much else to say, but yeah, I agree with you on all that. I've never been a fan of it, especially like simply as like the game sucks, like this game is ass kind of thing. I'm not a fan of that. Like I think, yeah, you can word things better and like make it constructive and somewhat positive, and like, yeah, I think it's been said many times, just like if you have a problem, state the problem and then provide a solution. Hey, maybe it's not like the perfect solution, but like at least it's a step in the right direction and starts a discussion. It's just something positive comes out of it. And then, yeah, I agree as well. Like you should share the positives as well. I've definitely been quieter on social media because I've been frustrated lately. But I try not to post the negative stuff because yeah, it doesn't do us any good. I agree that like I feel like people want us to, like, people do it basically because they think, well, if we're not heard privately, we'll be heard if we say it publicly. And I think there's definitely an issue with communication with Ubisoft, and I think I don't think there's like any denying that, but it doesn't change when we say it publicly either. It's just like we don't hear anything regardless, really. That's the problem. Like this update, like changing the meta and like dealing with all these complaints we had, like a lot of it we didn't know about until like it happened. So like we've been going on and on about the Jaeger my indestructible gadget or bulletproof gadget stacks like over and over and over again. And we're like, are they going to say anything? Is anything going to happen? And then all of a sudden all this happens. So like, oh shit. So they were listening. Yeah, I don't think venting it angrily publicly does much good. I think you can do it constructively publicly, sure. And then that might make it more heard because it'll pull a lot of traction and a lot of people will get talking about it. But yeah, there's no point to be overly negative about it.
I think one big thing too to like point out is I don't think that you should never say anything. Like it shouldn't be to the point where you're not saying anything negative ever. That's not what I mean as well. Like, you know, when like the servers are clearly a big problem right now, and I think everyone, including the dev and Ubisoft and Face It, like everyone knows. We like gamble and guess like pre-match what server we're gonna play on. We've never done that before. Like, should we go to like South Central? Like, or should we go to West? Like, we've never had to even guess like that before. So like that's something that definitely has to be brought up. But I'm talking about the people who like every 4 days has a clip on social media about something that the server did to them, and then it's like, haha, this is garbage. Like, okay, you said that 4 days ago. Did you expect they were going to do maintenance on the server in 4 days? Like, they know it's a problem. Like, we know it's a problem. Like, at least portray your message in a more constructive way than just like, look at this shit. Like, that doesn't help, you know?
I think there's a couple things here that I've always said these, and I will say the same things that I've said many, many times. I don't think we need to be endlessly positive about the game, and even I will echo what both of you say, where it's like I've skewed more towards sharing my frustrations with the game. And my frustrations with the game are not necessarily, you know, the spot that it's in with the meta. Obviously, I am frustrated with that. I'm frustrated with the quality of the servers right now. I am frustrated that it seems to be that there is a technical issue plaguing every round or every map of professional play. And it causes delays and leads to longer days, and there's no real way to change it. My greater issue is lack of communication. I don't really know how you go about encouraging Ubisoft to do that. I will say that the amount of communication that Ubisoft has done has seemingly decreased by a lot over the last 8 months. And it looked to be quite promising towards the tail end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020. They started publishing their concerns blogs. They started talking about things that they were focusing on. They seem to be communicating more. Since the lockdowns and quarantine have happened, that well's just dried up. And the problem is that you can't get angry at people speculating when there's been that much radio silence. We have talked on these 19 episodes, we have talked about the Malusi style meta, because this podcast started the day after Steel Wave was announced. So it's been a problem for 19 episodes, and we've taken breaks. Well, that's 20 weeks at minimum. Almost half of the year has been us complaining about the meta. And there's been no communication on that. Yeah, every now and then, a player who went to a workshop might understand that some of us that aren't at workshops are still under the same NDAs, and they might give us a couple breadcrumbs. Oh, you know, I know this operator's being changed. Oh, I know that this is changing around. We're under NDA, so we can't say anything about it either. But that doesn't help the community. That just helps a couple players who are there. So I don't think that everybody needs to be endlessly positive. And I do think that putting pressure on developers, whether they be Ubisoft or otherwise, putting pressure on them via social media is perfectly legitimate, but it should be a last resort. At the same time, I also am aware that in politics, when I worked in politics, staffers couldn't go on Twitter and blast their own political party. When I worked, and I see friends working in the games industry, you think Ubisoft employees can just go on and shit on Ubisoft? No. I know commentators who don't shit on their employers publicly. You know what they have? They have private accounts. They have locked private accounts with 40 to 50 close friends following them, and that's where they complain. I have political friends that have this. I have friends in the gaming industry who have this. I have friends in other industries who have this. When I worked at a hotel, we had to go through media training on the first day, and on the second day we had to sign an online code of conduct that openly said we could not disclose the identities of the people that were staying on the property, and we could not openly slander or insult the company that we work for. And it was grounds for immediate termination. And yet we have pro players here going off and off and off about how Ubisoft is incompetent or how they don't balance their game, and etc. And it's like, this doesn't fly in any other industry. You cannot just go and blast your employer, and pro players are employed by a certain extent by Ubisoft because they make this game and they help fund professional play. Yeah, I do agree that people ought to be media trained and that lots of players aren't. But I don't think you need to be media trained to just know that you can't go online and just slander the person that is paying your bills without there being consequences. But a lot of this community, like the world, don't like to be held accountable for the things they do. It's the same reason why content creators they just shit on Ubisoft, then wonder why they're not getting invited to content capture events. Well, because all you do is make fun of Ubisoft. Why does Ubisoft going to pay to fly you out to give you access to new stuff just for you to be an asshole? Like, use your brains.
Yeah, it goes beyond that for me, which I do agree. Like, if it's your job, like, you've got to be kind of held responsible in some right. But like, also too, if you just think about like the fact that those people on the other side are humans, if you constantly are bashing on them and talking about how bad stuff is that they do, why are they ever going to look at your account and listen to you? I can guarantee you there's so many devs, if like you ask them, like, how often do you look at certain people's accounts? They'd be like, there's no point. it's like me with Reddit, what I was explaining earlier. Where if I go to Reddit, it literally is like if I do anything wrong, whatever, or one of the players do, like I could lose like full mentally. Like these guys, like I cannot believe this things they're saying to me. Like that's what Twitter is for the devs, in my belief. We have like expended any sort of like way to critique them and get it to work because we have just like we've hammered it in way too far. Like we can't get it back out. Like unless there's like some give and take. That's why like I'm saying like they're not. There's why would they listen? It doesn't make any sense. Like they're doing every single time they look at what you say, you're just bashing them. Why are they going to look at what you say?
And then they get upset,
sense.
by the way, that
Yes.
the devs unfollow pros, and they're like, that's so unprofessional. And it's like, is it unprofessional that a dev unfollows you when all you do is harass the devs for the game they make? Like, what? Like, there are plenty of devs who don't follow me. Do I take it personally? No, you are not. There's no contract that is signed that somebody who's working on this game needs to follow you. Like, believe it or not, there is a world outside of Twitter. I don't know. I agree with you though. I agree with you. And there's lots of little kids. And I say little kids because a lot of wannabe players, they put their age in their Twitter profile. And I always kind of chuckle when I'm getting with lately it's been about politics because I've been tweeting a lot about the election. But even about the game. When I'll tweet something about like, you know, I had that tweet a couple weeks ago saying that players need to be more professional. And that if they want to be professional, they need to be professional. And I was getting constantly people telling me like, you're taking it way too seriously. Like, that's not how it works. And then I click on their Twitter profile and it's like 14 times diamond. And it's like, sure, you're a 15-year-old kid. I'm going to take cues for you on what being professional means. You know, like, and I remember when I was 15, I was a fucking idiot. I don't know many 15-year-olds that weren't.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's a lot of growing to be done here. And the problem is that a lot of these young kids are really influenced by the people that they view to be role models. And a lot of them, they revere pro players. And the moment that one of their idols says something, it might not change the fan's mind, but it does signal to them that it is okay to talk like this.
Mm-hmm. And I'll hit on Super again. I think like he had that. Yeah, definitely. He had that twit longer about the points and the breakdown, which I thought was an insanely good read. I like shared it with like multiple people because I thought it like that's to me okay. Like he went through and explained the whole process of why he was frustrated in detail. And was there a lot of negative things said in there? Sure, like so that's just Super, right? But like the whole time he's also explaining himself. Like we're getting not just the frustration, but we're also getting where it's coming from and also to like what's the next step to do. Like I don't want it to be this thing where Lycan doesn't want you to be negative. The only thing you can say is good things. Like there's plenty of ways that you can go about saying negative things. It's just, you know, you gotta put something behind it, or it's just like, I don't know, it's just like a grab for attention and it's negative.
I mean, I think it is partially attention based. There was a large content creator that I remember I got into a big fight with in DMs once. It was around, remember when they put the Road to SI playlist in and they put operator bans in? But then all the pros started complaining, oh, there's no MMR. Oh, it's casual. You can drop out whenever you want. Oh, it's not the pro map pool, blah. And it's like, people have been asking for them to experiment with this. They're not just going to change the entire ranked structure on a dime to match it. They're going to need to warm people up to it. And I remember there was a couple pros just tearing it apart on Twitter. And I did a very lengthy bang on about it. And then after that, one of the pros DM'd me and they're like, you called me out on your stream, like blah, blah, blah. And I said, I never said your name. I said, if you would like to label yourself as one of those people who are being irresponsible with their words, you're welcome to tell on yourself. Right. I'm not the one who's telling on you. And then they said to me, and it was almost word for word, I'm probably going to paraphrase a little bit, but it basically was, we have audiences that like when we say this stuff, so that's why we say it. Well, it sounds like you got a pretty shitty audience then. If your audience only thrives off of the negativity that you create around the game, then find a better audience. You get the audience you build.
Yeah.
And I think it's really telling. And if they're kids, which a lot of them are young, it's nice to have hundreds of people agreeing with you. I think we can all agree with that. It's kind of nice to all of a sudden just have people like throw compliments at you and, oh my God, you're so right. Man, they're endorphins.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, Troy?
I mean, I just agree with everything you guys are saying. Big thing Lycan said is, yeah, just if you're throwing at the negativity, there's got to be some explaining behind it. It's I mean, it's always been like something I've brought up, even just in teams, is like, if you're gonna say you disagree with something, like, all right, tell me more. Don't just say I disagree.
Mm-hmm.
There used to be like, yeah, like saying something is bad, like, okay, why is it bad? And then even if you just explain why it's bad and you don't necessarily have a solution, if you can at least explain it, then at least we can start someone else could start working on, okay, well, how do we fix it? Even if it's not you that finds a solution. And another thing, again, I just wanted to reiterate is what you were saying about the communication. I think that's definitely a big reason, and that's what's been disheartening for me. Because yeah, I just you want to feel somewhat heard or acknowledged, recognized. Even if you're not acknowledging all the other guys that are just saying like the game is shit, this is ass, but like the people that are trying to be constructive, like letting us know that we're heard, I think would go a long way. It would keep a lot of people happy, I think. But yeah.
I think we shot ourselves in the foot a little bit at the very beginning, because I feel like they were very open with the pro players, but there was just leaks after leaks.
That Discord fucked us for years.
After leaks, and it made it to a point where it's like, what do they tell us? When should they tell us? And that's, I think, why we're kind of in the spot we are. It's not all our fault. I think like there should be a way where, I don't know, some of those people are held accountable so like we can still get the communication. But I think it's just something that's happened over time that's just kind of put us in a spot where like the people that are like kind of like unless you're like Troy or Skies or like Bosco, like people that have been around the game forever, unless you're like all the way from there, like these people are like, they had nothing to do with those leaks at the beginning, but now they're paying for them, you know? Like, so there's like a small number of people that were even there at the beginning, which I don't think any of them were the leakers in the first place, but it stinks that these new players are coming in that are like, why aren't you talking to me? It's not my fault, but yeah, I wish there was something that could be done about that.
For people that don't know the full background story, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because the Discord was right when I was getting involved. Basically, there was quite a hands-off, laissez-faire style of approach where there was just a Discord server where the devs would just openly share stuff with pros. But there was no real repercussions nor any ground rules set other than like a please don't share this, which obviously means nothing. And it leaked non-stop. And eventually, after issues with players venting about it on Twitter and openly discussing confidential content, the devs just closed the Discord and were like, never again. And this would have been early to mid 2017, if I remember correctly. And we didn't get any real style of communication other than the select in-person workshops, which prioritized people who lived in either Canada or in Ontario and Quebec. We didn't really start to see a rebound from that until the tail end of 2018, beginning of 2019. Just for perspective of how long that kept everybody in the dark for.
I'll even say we still get it every now and then. I kind of got into it with one person from Ubisoft because back in March, it got leaked about the theme park switch. Within 16 hours or something. The fact that we were going to start playing on theme park was on Twitter, and then people from Ubisoft were tweeting out about like, how are we supposed to communicate when this stuff's just getting leaked immediately. And I come from the military, and I was on a submarine, and from being on a submarine, I had to have a secret clearance, and clearance and like that kind of information is very serious.
Yep.
Obviously for the right reasons. But I showed to them through a screenshot all the different people that were still allowed to be in that Discord because they weren't cleaning it up properly. That like, it's hard to even say who even leaked that information. There was like players like Yellow, who I like brought up earlier, that was on my team year 2, season 2, that quit after that season and never played again, that was still in that Discord all the way up until March. Not saying Yellow did it either, but I'm saying like there was like a lack of control on the information, and also way too many loose lips in the Discord. And I think that caused a lot of problems. And hopefully we can come up with a way where the right people get the right information and those people just shut up, because like, other than that, like, we can't expect to get the communication that we want,
Yeah, I agree. Skies actually said something in the chat that I wanted to touch on. He said something earlier. He said, when it comes to tweets, though, I do think podcasts like this is much easier. It's much easier to explain / understand the tone of a complaint. You can't really read emotion via text or a tone.
Yeah.
And I completely agree
100%.
with that. It's actually a big reason why I wanted to start the podcast. Like, I think some people know. Parker wanted to do a podcast for like a really long time, and I was always like, I don't know if I can do it. Yeah. Like, and I was interested in the idea, but I didn't know if I wanted to juggle it while playing.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where I had more and more things I wanted to say consistently about the game that I thought it would be a good thing to do. And there's other reasons as well, but it's a big reason why. And like, I know very well personally, like, I can't communicate well through text. I don't put my thoughts out well, because a big problem I have is like, I always want to go back and change things. I'll never get out my whole idea. I'd rather just ramble it on and then have the discussion, go back and agree or disagree on things I said, and so on and so forth. And also to convey tone. Like, for example, like when I'm complaining on here about like, my meta, and like I did my whole antics about like BEAULO behind a shield jiggle peeking me. Like, if I just did a tweet all caps like, BEAULO keeps jiggle peeking me behind a shield, this game is shit, like, that would be a lot different than my whole like explanation of why I think all this utility is a problem. And then it ends with, that funny moment where I'm dealing with this fucking guy behind a shield that just destroys me. But I think an example though, like, I think like Seth did with a twit longer. I think if you're comfortable like writing out your thoughts like that, doing that. I've even seen, I mean, he hasn't done it really to the game, but like I've seen like Yeti with like his post game stuff. He does videos now. I think that's a good thing. Just posting a video talking. I mean, just if you really want to express your thoughts, I think just sit down, talk for a bit, ramble. I definitely think we're going to have more and more pros on here to convey their thoughts. And I think I'm glad we're kind of giving more people a platform to speak their thoughts on the game in a more constructive and well thought out and easier to understand medium. But yeah, I definitely agree with that, guys. And I think, more and more people should try to, either make videos, twit longers, whatever. Don't be afraid to use more words than 5 fucking words in a clip, Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Super wants you to tweet in all caps, BEAULO keeps jiggle picking me off a shield, this game is shit. Just in all caps. I mean, Houghton also said the same thing. A podcast just feels like a more civil way to get your point across. And it's true. And I have to realize as well that I get frustrated with players and how they just kind of like post their thoughts ad hoc and don't think of the consequences. But then I also realize that I can at any point fire up my stream, and if I do a bang on, I get viewership. And I know it's not the same for a lot of other players if they were to do that. A lot of they might not be comfortable sitting in front of a camera and just talking at a camera. I mean, we see players in post-game interviews all the time. They have the charisma of a picnic bench. You know, they're not the kind of people who are going to sit there and be able to like eloquently explain their thoughts, especially if it's not scripted or rehearsed. Being able to do that off the cuff is a skill. It is not something that is innate for a lot of players, and they are not media trained. They don't like doing interviews. But the thing is that we have like this gulf in Rainbow Six that needs to be filled with content. I want to know what a lot of pros think about certain operators. I want to know what certain pros think about different metas and different teams and different maps. And unless I'm watching their stream and I get a 4-second clip where somebody's like, what do you think of DZ? Yeah, I mean, I think they're a good team. And it's like super, you know, like I'd love to hear your actual thoughts. And that's one of the reasons why this show, by the way, was not conceptualized to have consistent guests. The idea was that we would bring on a guest here or there, depending on the topic, but it would mostly just be Troy and I. But we liked that the guests brought a new perspective and the audience liked it. So we started bringing guests every week. And now this has become a show where a guest every week is the norm. That was not at all how it was intended to be. And the thing that a lot of players should realize is that even filming, because everybody here that has OBS can film a short video. Twitter caps your video at just over 2 minutes. Film a 2-minute video. Film a 2-minute video on OBS and then upload it to Twitter. And then just title it something like My Thoughts on the Current Meta. And it'll get you engagement. It's content. Stream about it. Do a stream and talk about it. Do a twit longer. I often argue against twit longers because they're not usually good for engagement. A lot of people skip past them. Type out your thoughts in a notepad doc on your phone and screenshot that and upload that as a picture. Twitter is not conducive to good conversation. It's a 280 character platform. It doesn't really work.
You describing that, like, I want to see someone do like a whiteboard thing, like they write it down and draw diagrams and shit, like they got a little deployable shield there and then like Bolo's little head behind her or some shit. That would be funny. A whiteboard episode explaining the meta or something. That'd be good. But yeah, I agree. I think more and more people just explaining their thoughts, it would be better. It's like for example, just like me disagreeing with you on the echo nerf, right? Like it's so much easier to have the conversation about it and just to talk about it more, because if you just said I think echo should be nerfed, then I'd be like, well, I disagree with that, and like I wouldn't know why you think it, right? And that's the thing, is you need to be able to express why you think it, so that whoever you're talking to, whoever hears you, can empathize and be able to see, okay, that's why he thinks that. And like after you explain why you thought echo should get a nerf, and same with Lycan, it makes a lot more sense to me. I mean, I partially saw that anyways, and I'm okay with dealing with regardless, but my take on it is the reasons I gave earlier for why I thought echo could play out better in the current meta or the future meta. But yeah, just being able to explain why you think that, I feel like it's an issue, and I think a lot of pros don't realize that they have the issue, where they give the end point, they give just the idea, right? Like, this is bad, this is shit, right? But not why. And yeah, I just think explain yourselves a bit more.
Yeah. The one thing that I will say is that somebody talked about they're like, how many devs watch this show or something like that, or hot and asked that a fair bit. And I don't say that to like toot our own horn, but I get DMs from devs every now and then. And I've seen devs, I know their personal accounts, because not all the devs use like obvious accounts. I see personal accounts from devs in the chat from time to time when I do look down and read it. I know they watch, and I know they talk as well. And I know that there was one time in particular where I did that bang on I did about the Road to SI playlist. The devs at Ubisoft literally announced to each other that I was doing it, and then they came to watch. You know, so it's like this kind of content gets viewership, and the devs do pay attention. And I remember I tweeted about when Tachanka was listed with Withstand I am a huge proponent of either making withstand for everybody or taking it away from everybody. It should not be assigned arbitrarily. And right now it is. I'm glad that they took Tachanka's withstand away because it made no sense to give it to him, but I think they should either take it away from Zofia or reduce the bleed out timer for everybody and give withstand to every operator and make it so that people have to secure their kills. Do I think that would change the game? Yeah. But try it at least. I'd just rather they take it away from Zofia and be done with it. I don't think that's likely to happen, but I put out a tweet thread of I think 3 or 4 tweets explaining my thoughts. I had 2 devs that day message me thanking me for explaining my thought process and that it was valuable feedback rather than just complaining about withstand. Yep. Are they going to do anything with it? I don't know. But that tweet was a month and a half ago. Now withstand is no longer on Tachanka. Did I have a role to play in that? Probably not, but who knows? We don't know.
Some role.
Maybe some role, sure. But, you know, I think that we gain a lot more from explaining our thought process. And there was somebody in here, by the way, who was a dev, not going to out them, who basically said the most valuable feedback you can give us is telling us what happens and why you feel that way.
Yeah.
Why are deployable shields frustrating? What are the uses around deployable shields? Why do you get frustrated playing with them? Because stats-wise, Lion was a very balanced operator stats-wise. The attack and defender win rates were 50-50, yet everybody hated Lion and he was frustrating to play against. The stats don't show that.
Yeah. Not everyone sees everything the same. Like, and especially like as pro players, like you're living the game, like you're scrimming it every day, you're playing it nonstop. So like you're facing these shields all the time, and like to you it's just obvious, right? Like it's broken. Every time you watch a game, that's all you see because you look for it because it's all you deal with. But it's not the same to everyone else, right? Like they don't see all the levels and layers behind it. And yeah, just explaining it. I know that I've always, like when I've gone to the playtest, I've always kind of spoken in the same manner about how I express my thoughts on the game. And like I still have the random outbursts where like I think something's ridiculous and I'll have like that BEAULO jiggle peek thing where like I remember when Lion was broken, like I was like, you can just like the other team has to sit still and they can't move. Because initially when Lion, I will say, so I think it's very public knowledge that when Lion was created, like a lot of people were against how he was going to be released. Even further before that, though, he had no cooldown between his Lion calls. So he could just do all 3 in a row. So you had to just sit still for like 10 seconds straight.
Yeah.
Otherwise you got hit with wall hacks. And like I remember literally playing him in the playtest and just like I was just on a solo mission, just chaining the Lions off, and like the other team couldn't move.
We were at both Lion playtests, you and I.
And like that one, I remember that one got nerfed literally for the next playtest. I mean, some things are definitely slower, and I know
think it got buffed. Lion got nerfed when we went to the second playtest.
Yeah,
Finka got nerfed and then got buffed, and then she got. Because Finka was originally really different, and then the first playtest we went to, she was really weak, and then she was better for the second one. Yeah. The second playtest was also how it affected shields, and that's when Blitz was...
But yeah, I remember like complaining about these things, and I'm always like I definitely let like my emotions get the best of me, and I'll like let it seep through and definitely be overly negative about some things. But yeah, like you need to let out the rational side as well and explain things. And I've never had like a bad conversation with a dev where I didn't feel like they understood what I was getting by the end of it.
Didn't you tweet something like, weren't your exact words like Lion is the stupidest operator ever invented in the history of Rainbow Six or something like that? It was just very...
Was it?
I remember you said that. You were like something...
I remember like, said something bad about Chalet.
So-and-so is like the dumbest operator that's ever been invented or something like that. Oh, Kali. It was Kali when you said that she's the most broken or something.
I said that... So Callie, she changed from the playtest and I actually didn't know about it and I let it out.
I was at the playtest for Kali. That one was crazy.
Yeah, like initially she was out of control, but she got nerfed and I didn't know about it.
Yeah.
So I got ahead of myself. I remember I actually went back on it. I was talking to Mello, one of the devs, and he was calling me out basically because of that afterwards about like I think I was talking to him about having an alternative to Thatcher, and then he quoted like that Callie tweet. I was like, yeah, I was wrong about that one. Like, but I mean, yeah, you're going to be wrong sometimes. I mean, they know that as well. That's why they don't always listen to us, because we are definitely irrational. Sometimes we overreact to things plenty. So yeah, I think there's been plenty of things that we've overreacted to. But I just, yeah, having the constructive conversation, man. We gotta get more people doing it and just kind of set that standard of how to give feedback. I think it'll be better for the game overall. I think we'll get more changes out of it. I think we'll be happier with the direction the game goes in. And I mean, I think it'll just be healthy for the game. Like it spreads a better message and a more kind of optimistic view of the game rather than just this shit sucks.
Get private Twitter accounts and then only let like 10 of your closest friends follow it, and then complain and shout into the void where nobody can see it. You will feel better.
100%.
I had one when I was in politics. I don't use one anymore. I just vent. If I need to vent, I just vent to like friends that are outside of esports. But I think that when I was in politics, it was really helpful to have a private account that nobody knows about. Smarter.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely have to get that frustration off your chest, or, it can affect you like playing and all that stuff. And you got to be able to like let it go. But you got to remember, like, the Twitter that you have is not just family, friends, and people that you went to high school with. It's not like some Facebook account,
Yeah.
Like people that look up to you are reading what you're saying. Like, are you okay with like that guy? You're their idol. Are you okay with that guy seeing what you're putting? Like, I don't know. I think people just need to think just a little bit more before they say some things.
Yep. And this is not just Rainbow Six as well. This is something that happens everywhere. Valorant, I think, has a worse community than us in that regard. The amount of shit I've seen about, I don't know who Jet is, but I feel like I've seen more tweets about Jet than anything Rainbow Six related over the last 2 months. So, and I don't really follow it Valorant people either, but it seems like they love to talk about Jet.
Fuck Jet, fuck the op. Yep.
That doesn't mean anything to me. So it's like, I don't know what that is, but it's like, that's all I see all the time. I don't play Valorant. I don't watch Valorant, but yeah, I gotta say, like, the amount of shit I see from Valorant players is off the wall. But there are times where I think it's good to hold developers accountable. I mean, Apex Legends just came out with a battle pass that is probably one of the worst battle passes that have ever been released. The amount of grinding that needs to be done to just advance a single level is inhuman. And the community revolted. And instances like that, I think it's fine that the community blasts off. The very public backlash that Ella and Lion got didn't do anything in the immediate, but it's certainly shown Ubisoft that they need to be quicker to push nerfs. And I think overall they have been. They nerf powerful operators. I think the problem is that they don't want to nerf operators in isolation because they're afraid that, well, I don't know what they're afraid of, frankly, but is there anything else, by the way, about the changes that were made that either of you two want to touch on? We talked about Jaeger, we talked about deployable shields going off of Valk and Wamai, talked about Echo, talked a little bit about Ash, talked about IQ's place in all of it.
Talked about Habana.
We talked about Aruni.
I think we got.
Is there anything else on do you still have the list up? Because I don't have a list.
I actually I looked at, big shout out to Dev Marta. I just looked at his tweet.
Okay.
Theme park, Outback is out of ranked. No update on the replay system. No update on the reputation system.
I think we talked about everything, unless someone in chat can think of something. Because Skyscraper, is I know the remake, but we haven't seen it yet, right?
Yeah.
So, they kind of did it a little bit. Like, there's a lot more parts of it that are now inside that used to be outside. So more room for rotates. It's kind of hard to say anything like right off the bat with that map until you like actually play it. So I don't know if there's much to talk about there. But
yeah, I can't comment on it yet.
I will say that the biggest problem with Skyscraper wasn't really like needing some extra rooms. It was the fact that like a lot of the rooms were very tiny and there's not a lot of places to be in each of the rooms. I like that they got rid of some of the balconies, so hopefully that makes it just harder because of repels.
Yeah.
But I think Skyscraper is just going to fall victim to like what it already was falling victim to before, and it's going to be in a point where maybe it could be just like a really good casual map, but like that's it because the rooms are just so small and it's so hard to like be anywhere as a defender without just getting smoked.
Yeah. Well, and then at least at the highest level, what ended up happening is because like the rooms were so small, you would get pinned into like that one little spot, and then just about everywhere is destructible from below on that. So like if you're stuck in any corner you get forced into on the top floor, you just would die from below basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, there wasn't much room to play with, and I agree with that. But from like the very little I saw, it looked like there was more room basically. Like it looked more spacious. But yeah, I'm not sure. Between that and then like the amount of entrances to the building, because there was like I think it's like 2 doors on the map. The rest are all windows. So yeah, I think those are good changes, but it's hard to say. Other than I don't know, it looks new, looks different, which I'm happy with because the old Skyscraper I wasn't a fan of.
Hated it. Unbelievably hated it. Cannot tell you how much I hated Skyscraper. It's the most I've ever hated a map in this entire game ever.
The way that map played out was crazy.
Dude, it was just it was fucking insane. It was every single bomb site. You can literally hop in a window, plant, and hop out, and then just get on rappel, upside down rappel, 1 billion miles away, and there's no retake potential because the only way you as a defender can get out is that same goddamn window, which is onto a balcony, which if you're outside for more than 2 seconds, you're getting spotted.
1 second now.
1 second now.
Yeah.
It's like, then there was like half the bomb sites, there was too much to reinforce. The other half, there wasn't enough to reinforce. You know, like every single thing, every floor was destructible. So no matter where you sat, it's like, hello, Buck. Hello, Zofia. Hello, Ash. You're getting smoked from below. Oh, that's okay. Just move somewhere else. Oh, half the walls are reinforced. Oh, we have to shoot out the other half of the walls and they can see you from a window. Terrible fucking map. I really hope that it's better. Dude, I mentally, every time I would ever play this game on ranked, not that I win the vast majority of the games I play, but the moment that I queued into Skyscraper, I'll be like, I know I'm going to lose at this point. So.
Yeah.
I also hated Cafe a ton though. The original Cafe I came to hate with a burning passion, and now the new reworked Cafe is one of my favorite maps. And it still is. So I'm hoping that we see the same thing from Skyscraper. I will be very upset if this ends up being a rework that is not competitive though, because then that puts 2 in a row that aren't super competitive, and then adds to it where also, you know, like Outback is a semi-recent map, not competitive, also terrible. Fortress, not really. I actually think Fortress would be okay, but a lot of people seem to hate it. I would like to have seen it be tried in competitive. But I also think that the new theme park is pretty good too, and everybody seems to still hate it anyway. So
I will say, like, the one thing about Fortress, I actually didn't mind that map. I guess I'll say that first. But with the Jaeger Wamai meta, I could have told you that map would have been awful because there was like very little walls to destroy to begin with. So you'd have so many defenders sitting in corners with shields and like all the discs and ADSs and stuff. That one would have been a snooze fest to watch.
Yeah.
So Yeah, but I actually never minded that map that much in ranked. I actually would have preferred Fortress over Outback in the pool, like for this season. But I know there's a lot of people who don't like it, so that one doesn't really. I'm like I could take it or leave it on that map. You know what I mean?
They don't have the best track record as of late for good maps, in my opinion. And I will say this very fairly. In terms of making these maps competitive, the maps are fun. Like, I don't mind playing Canal casually. I don't mind playing Chalet casually. I don't mind the house rework. I actually think it's one of the better reworks they did. Does it make it competitive? No, it's house, but it makes it more fun.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like you look at it, and other than Oregon, it's been a long time since the clubhouse and cafe reworks. Other than Oregon, I mean, theme park's a good rework, but it was on a map that I don't think people are ever going to like theme park. It's tough because it's like Chalet is fun, but I don't know how competitive it is. Canal is not superb. Outback is whatever. Fortress is not that great. Now we're looking at Skyscraper maybe being a competitive map. Maybe, we don't know. Hopefully at some point they get around to reworking Bank and Border. Are they gonna hit the mark on those?
I will say Bank needs it if it's going to come back, because with like the operators that are in the game just after it barely left not too long ago, Bank would be so much worse. So yeah, I even with like just the small Habana changes and then also to Cali as well, like Bank would be tough to play right now.
Bank went in on a good note though.
Yes, it did.
But yeah, it was definitely its time.
Yeah,
I'll agree with that. I love the map, but yeah, it was its time.
I love
actually
too.
People are
Sky
talking about
says
the
he
new
likes Chalet, which I kind of agree to. I haven't had any problems with Chalet yet, so I haven't got. Obviously, we haven't scrimmed it, but like I haven't had any complaints about it yet.
Right.
No, I think it seems pretty good, and like just like thinking of ideas and like trying to imagine how it play out, I feel like it would be okay. But I mean, it's always easier to say than actually know that beforehand. Like you kind of have to play to figure things out, but I think it would be a decent map. Yeah.
Well, if there's nothing more to talk about in particular, I think we've covered a lot of good ground. It is 6 o'clock and I have to have dinner / start making it in about half an hour, which would put us perfectly in line for about 4 hours and also would allow us to get into questions. If there's no other topics that either of you two want to go at, we can go off of the questions that were asked in the Discord. There were some good ones. I already saw them.
Cool.
Unless there is a topic that you two want to address. Oh, there's a lot of questions, actually. There's a lot more than I thought. Would you like me to start, Troy?
Sure. Go ahead.
This is one that's been talked about by a lot of coaches, but you didn't really dive into it too much, so some time for you to get through it. Is coming from Super Minin. Asks, how do you think the role of a coach has evolved in Siege, and who do you use as an example, or who did you use as an example when you started?
Yeah, the role of the coach, I did touch on a little bit with it being like friends, or it was like your sub who was kind of mostly just an analyst. You didn't really have like a person that could say that they believed that you were doing something wrong, and that player wouldn't just be like, well, you don't really know how it is, I know how it is. And I think coaches have more changed into a role where they're allowed to give the players feedback, and it's expected to be received and like taken care of. I know that kind of really goes on to like the players and the coaches relationship a lot more deeper than that, but I kind of feel like more coaches now are like held responsible for the play style that's being played, with I guess the exception of one team in particular where it wasn't the coach's play style, it was the player's play style. I'm not going to get into that, but I think it's really cool to see like it really kind of take a traditional sports like role now in Siege as we're like kind of getting older and growing as a community. Who did I take from? Shas, I think, was like the only person I looked at because he started before me. And that I really kind of came into the coaching role when G2 Penta were like starting to just build up. So I took a lot of how I saw them play. Now, this is like a big thing that I think is impossible to see, and that's what a coach actually does for a team. Because there are times too where I would see so many people be like, "Oh, Penta's nasty. Shoss is a god coach," and I used to think to myself, like, "How do you know that? Like, how do you know he's doing anything? Because you don't. I've seen what he does in person, and now I know. But there's a lot of times where we give people too much credit, and um, I took a lot of, I guess, just Penta G2's playstyle, and I'll say that's because of Shots, but I think it's because of the whole team, and I've kind of built my playstyle for the team around that.
I think that's very fair. And I would also tell you that as a caster, and I see coaches at certain events, even I ask what they're doing.
Yeah.
My question is going to be, should coaches be able to speak to the team during or between the rounds?
Oh, I was
I
like,
knew you were gonna. I saw that one yesterday. I was like, Troy's gonna ask me that question. I know it.
That one was bound to be asked.
Yeah. I don't believe they should. And I know that there's a lot of people that I even saw it a couple of days, I think, from Jordan. He said something about it and it would show like good coaches or bad coaches. But I'm like on the other mindset of it. I don't think that idea is bad. I think the players don't have to be as good if the coach has to be as good. You know what I mean? And I want the players to be coached well enough that I don't have to say anything. Like you show how good of a coach you are, not by the fact that you get to talk to them in the middle of the game. You show how good of a coach you are by making sure that they don't even have to look at you during a timeout. That I've taken some timeouts and I've literally said, I don't have much to say here, but I feel like we need a timeout. Troy, just go ahead and like explain what you want to do for the next round. Yeah. Because they know what to do. And like I feel that I'm doing my job the best if they don't need me, you know? So I don't agree with it. I think it would take away from the players.
All right. This one's from MK. It's right under the question I just asked. There's a lot of good questions for you, actually.
Yes.
Favorite, like these are sincerely some of the best questions that we've been asked. Some of the questions are like, ha ha, like, why are you so cute? Like not. I mean, people could ask that about you. That's a very valid question to ask about you. No, what did you say?
No, I said, so I'm not cute. Nice.
No. It's just that there are a lot of good questions here. Sometimes we dig through them and it's like, man, it is hard finding like 6, let alone 8 good questions. So these ones, there are plenty here. Favorite strategy you have ever helped design and the favorite that you have ever seen used.
Ooh, the second part of that's hard. So my favorite strategy that I've ever helped design, I feel like people would just want me to say the SSG roam because that's like just I guess what we're like known for. The most memorable one for me is honestly a strat that we did before Troy was on the team. It was Dreamhack Winter. It was against Penta. It was in the semifinals.
I remember it.
They had a coastline red bar setup where they had a guy behind the red bar, and then their next site anchor was an office, and then they had a guy. We call it quad, which is basically right outside courtyard on the front door side, and then 2 roaming above. And we hit a fast execute through kitchen, and they had like a castle on the kitchen door. And literally the sledge went to sledge the door and like backed out of the way, and then Ash blew through and killed the guy behind the red bar, and then the guy came in box and planted at the bomb. We designed that strat literally on the train ride or like passenger van ride on the way to the event. We talked through exactly like what would happen, like with all these random people, like people just on the bus with us, and we're just like talking, like going through everything. I'm like, I really hope one of these people aren't like, Penta. We're like all just like kind of discussing it. We actually get that map as one of the maps. And we run it, we hit it, and we won the round in 30 seconds. It was really cool to see like that kind of work just happen like on the fly.
Jess, by the way, is in the chat. Jess at the time was the coach of Penta, and for people that might be confused hearing this, this is not the Penta squad that most people might be thinking of, which is the G2 squad. This was the Penta squad that had Panics on it, that I think had Hungry on it.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, yeah. That ended up finishing, that got the SI spot by beating you at DreamHack Winter and then losing to G2 in the finals. Yes. And just for clarification here for people that, because people hear Penta and I think a lot of people just instinctively imagine the old Penta team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I gotta ask, it's a bit more memey, but as a parent of 3 young boys, what tests your patience more, the Siege players or the kids?
Honestly, I'd say right now, like the players. I have to say, like, you know, my boys are my boys because I like consider both sides like my boys. I think the Siege guys definitely do, only just because my real kids are so much younger right now. So I hold both sides to a higher standard, but it's like easier to give lax to them because they're so much younger. And so, you know, when something's going on with the team, like I expect kind of like results a lot quicker than I would for say them to learn how to spell their own name. Like I'm not, it's hard to be that more demanding when there's not a whole lot of responsibility for them. I kind of like, it's like a proportional thing for me. I hold like everyone I expect to the same standard, but obviously like if there's circumstances, say like your maturity that blocks it, I'm not going to go hard on you like I would, you know, someone else.
Yeah.
The chat wants you to name who your favorite assistant coach is, by the way. I mean, Sav actually asked that question.
Nice. No, I mean, like they both, and this is something I joked about twice, but never actually talked about in the podcast. But it was a really big thing when we moved to 3 coaches, and I remember when we had first like revealed it. It was like before SI, I believe, was like when like the big trailer came out with all our fat heads. I don't know if you like remember the like we were like sieging into the space station or whatever.
Yeah.
And like it came out, we had 3 coaches, and a lot of people gave us a lot of crap about like, oh my god, like why are these people running 3 coaches? It's a joke. Like how many people do you need? Like just Lycan even do his job. But there's like a specific reason why I have it the way it is, and I've always said that if I was to probably need another assistant coach, I don't know if I'd ever get one because Sav has known me since day 1 of Siege, and Sav fills a void for me that I don't see anyone being able to replace. Like he's more of like mental and like way he like breaks things down. I understand very well. I don't know if like we'd go back to a 3 coach system if we didn't have the people that we have. And like also too, the analytic work is like just so much. And like if you want to be good, you have to have a lot. And first we had Data, and I'll tell you, like, even though Data's gone through what me and Data went through a lot of issues between us 2 personally, Data's amazing at what he does, period. And I'm when I hired him, I knew like he was perfect for it. And then the same like too when I replaced him with Luke. I think both of them are the best. I haven't seen anyone touch what they do. And I think that most coaches would probably say that. But no, I'm really happy with the staff that I've had. And I don't think I could get through some of my frustrations with the team without being able to DM them privately about all the things, you know, that I want to say, but I don't want the boys to hear. So no, I couldn't do it without them.
They're just these couple. The chat is asking, have you ever had to ground Luke for acting up? Who eats more? Who eats more vegetables? Your kids or the SSG boys? And who resists the broccoli more? So just if you just want to rattle those answers off real fast.
My kids actually, my real kids actually love vegetables. So I mean, like I do think some of the guys do eat very well, but my son literally eats a cucumber. Like it's like
Rampy seems like he's never eaten a vegetable in his life.
Rampy's a little bit more of a picky eater, but I believe he does like broccoli, and like he likes like onions. So like
okay.
But like there's other things that he doesn't eat that people would find weird. So it's yeah. Veggies gross is what Nate says. Yeah, I think my kids would like veggies more than the R6 guys.
And then
What were
last
some of the
question:
other ones?
Have you ever had to ground Luke for acting up on Twitter?
No, I feel like I try to ground Iconic more than I ground Luke. Iconic sometimes says shit on Twitter, and I'm like another one, or like I kind of act more like a dad to Iconic than I do to Luke, which they're all from like the same group or whatever. Usually with Luke, I think he's found a good spot. I feel like because I before maybe I would have said more stuff, but like now he rides a fine line. Yeah.
Those were just
Iconic on the other hand, though, bro. I usually will say stuff about Iconic. It's funny.
I wonder if Super's still in here. Super's been floating around in the chat the whole time. I wonder if he has to parent Iconic at all. So, Troy, I didn't intend those to be like serious questions, but you gave him really well thought out answers. So, I cede my time to Troy.
As a coach, what do you believe falls under your responsibility? What specific goals do you think you can help a player accomplish? Or what problems does a player need to deal with on their own? For that matter, what things would you like to improve in your own coaching?
Well, that's very heavily worded. What responsibilities as a coach? Like, I don't think that there's like a part of the team. Like, here's the thing. Like, I have 3 coaches, but I don't think that any part of their job is not my responsibility. I've pretty much hired them because I trust that they can do what I want to be done and have the information that I need when it's time. So, like, say if I was to come to Luke before a game and say, I need to know X about wide map and like what X is, blah blah blah, and he'd be like, well, I don't know that. I wouldn't say like Luke doesn't have this for us guys. I don't have it because I expect like all aspects of coaching is my responsibility, my job, and I kind of trust that they'll obviously kind of like do their job, but I don't know how to answer like specific things. It's I guess all things is what is required of me. As far as like working with a player, can you say that part again?
1 sec. What kind of goals do you think you can help a player accomplish, and what problems does a player need to deal with on their own?
I think the only thing that a player can handle on their own that I don't really have control of is their emotions. Because that's like an inner turmoil thing that like everyone has to deal with on an everyday basis. And some people have it worse than others. And you kind of have to let them know that you're like there for them, but like you got to show up, you got to do your part, you got to, because I can tell you to care, but you have to care, So I think that's the one part you can't. Other than that, like if you're talking about droning, entry fragging, like any kind of, or like kind of mechanical skills or stuff like that, I would expect myself as a coach to be able to help them with all parts of it.
Yeah. Artifacts Warden has asked a couple good questions in the past. I've seen the name. And this one's pretty good. I'm only going to ask the first part of it, though, because it pertains to Lycan.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think your previous military experience brings to the table as a coach? But I would also add, if you think it does.
Yeah, it's not probably the answer that you would expect either. And I've talked about this with a couple different military, either active or vets too, in the past, because they've asked me about it. And basically the shit that I had to put up with in the military, I'm not a very big military person. I ended up there because I made really bad mistakes in college the first time around. If you ask my mom, she'll tell you that I was majoring in fraternity. Like I basically was in a fraternity and all I did was party, and I wasted away like 2 or 3 years, and then I realized I was screwing up. I had to take the ASVAB, and then I went into the Navy. Which is why I always tell kids to stay in school, do your homework, show up to class. But because you end up like I did.
A world champion.
Yeah. The big thing I think I take away from it is perseverance and endurance, because one key example I always give to people was there was one maintenance period that I was on, and they were what's called 12s. Basically, I worked 12 hours on, then I was allowed to have 12 hours off. So they call them 12s or port starboard, both ways in the Navy. I had to work a 12-hour shift, and then we couldn't do the training for my job during the shift because of maintenance. So then I had to do a 1-hour training after shift. So I was 13 on, 11 on. And I did that for 2 months straight. So, like, tell me what job in the world I'm ever going to have to ever do that again. I'm never going to have to work that much ever again. And so, like, sometimes when you're working, like, I used to, like, go through people's Moss file picture by picture to find out some information, because that's all you had. And, like, I'd be doing that for years when I was doing analytics on my own. And people would be like, God, dude, you like are going through so much work. And I'm like, this is nothing. Not only am I not even working the same amount of hours, but I'm doing something I love. I was working more hours and I didn't like what I was doing. So, like, this is easy. That's what I got from the military.
I remember those Moss days. God,
Yes,
I would love,
tough.
there'd be like a contentious match and just the Moss monkeys would come out and they would just sift through them and find the craziest stuff. Dude, Talon was like the Moss doctor.
Yeah.
I feel like you and Talon together on those Moss files. Whew.
Yeah. It was, a lot of hours just, and then you'd find something, you'd be like, go look at this guy's Moss file. Like, go look at it. And it's like, you find excitement through, like, I can't even believe I was excited through that stuff. But it was a lot of work.
We'll ask this one because it's highly upvoted. I'm sure. It's a good question. Someone who's married and has kids, what is your daily schedule like, and how do you balance family/personal life with your responsibilities as a coach?
This one's kind of cool. I like this question a lot. I remember the first time I ever saw anyone do anything like this was Wilkie. I don't remember if you guys like knew back in the day. Wilkie, like near the end when he won, he had like posted, just so if you're wondering, you want to know what like a grown up, I say grown up, but everyone's grown up because they're 18 plus, but like what an older person's going through with a married life and siege, and like he literally had like a 1 hour block of freedom plus sleep. And I did one too at the time, but obviously he was more known than I was. But at the house, it's a little different when I'm at the house when we have games, because I have more free time, obviously, because my kids and wife aren't there. But when I'm here during the day, if I don't have a block where my wife's mom helps out a lot with watching the kids, if I need to do like work in the day, if that's not happening, I'm watching the kids during the day. And then when the wife gets home and like done with her stuff, it's usually around 4 p.m. Then that's when scrims are starting for us. So for me, typically it's more like I'm watching the kids and then I'm going straight to scrims. There was like a brief period of time when I was also able to stream a lot. I know there's been a ton of jokes in chat about the fact that I don't stream, even though I stream, or I say I will, but I don't. I try to when I can, but then also too, I'm a very introverted person. And sometimes I use that like free time to just like watch a show, or recently with being diagnosed in January, been using that time to go work out or like kind of stuff like that and trying to be healthier. So I've really slacked on like the streaming part, which I wish I could get on, but I don't, my days are never always the same, but it's usually like I play dad during the day and I play boss at night. And then there's usually like a 3-hour, 2-hour time frame right before the end of the night. Depending on like if my wife's tired or not, we get to spend some like time together, and then she goes to sleep. And then I come back on the computer and I either play games with the guys, or I'll do some more like VOD reviewing or watch games back that I miss, because I like never get to watch APAC live pretty much with my schedule. So if I ever want to watch APAC, I have to watch a VOD.
I'm the same. I don't watch I can't watch APAC live For people that don't know, by the way, I'm sure you've shared your diagnosis publicly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You and I were diagnosed with type 1 diabetes within like 2 months of each other.
I'm 2. You're 1.
Oh, you're type
I'm
1?
2.
Are you type 2?
No, yeah.
I thought you were type 1.
Mm-mm.
Oh. Well, we're not brothers then, but that's okay.
Nah, we're a little bit different.
Well,
we're
just
like
a tiny
cousins.
bit different. Just a tiny bit different. I thought I must have been confused then because I thought maybe when you were first diagnosed, you didn't know what type it was. But regardless, I know.
Yes, I didn't at first.
Yeah. It was oddly, and I know this sounds sadistic, but it was like oddly comforting that we were both going through this at the same time. Like I was all scared and worried.
You helped me a lot. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think we both helped each other. You know, every single morning, especially at SI, it was hilarious because whoever got to the food first at SI were just like, not good. You can't eat any of this. Neither can I. And it's like another day of salad. Awesome.
Yeah.
You know, like, what's this? Oh, pasta. What's this? Oh, bread. What's this? Oh, lasagna. What's this? More pasta. Guess I'm eating salad and paper today.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It was always bad at SI. Like if I was first or you, and I was already sitting down eating my full plate of just salad.
Yeah.
And then I see you walking up, just like shaking your head. And I'm like, I know, like it's tough.
I just got a mountain of broccoli and like a little bit of ranch on the side. And I'm like, we're done here. Like,
yeah,
dude, I mean, you weren't diagnosed at this time, but the catering in Japan was like, because Tokonami is like it basically is like an island, right? Like that's connected to like the mainland, and the only real food you've got available is at the airport. So I told ESL, like when I got cleared, literally the week before the finals, I got cleared to fly and come. And I was like, you're going to need to find me food that I can eat. And the very first day of catering at the Tokonami finals, I kid you not, I get a message in the group WhatsApp being like, we've let them know about your dietary needs, blah, blah, blah. There should be like alternatives that don't have any carbs in it. Cool. I show up to catering. It's like a box of nuts, and then it's bread with butter. It's small like finger sandwiches. It's potato salad. It's like a noodle, like a cold noodle salad. It's lasagna, and then it's like buns or something like that. And I looked and I was like, this is entire carbs. I was like, there's nothing I can eat. Like nothing. There wasn't even a salad bar. And I just turned to them and I was like, yeah, you're going to have to. Like, I don't know if they have Uber Eats, but you're going to have to go get it. So,
yeah.
But yeah, it is. I mean, it sucks that we both have it, but I mean, it was nice that we kind of like went through it together. And it was comforting.
It was nice. Yeah. It made it felt like, because at the time, for me, it's a little bit different than yours too, because yours kind of is like you have no control over it. Mine is kind of like I did it to myself. Like when I was going through it, I was like pretty hard on myself, and to like have someone kind of like be able to talk through it was really important for my mental kind of back then. So it helped a lot.
There are a few people in this scene that I say this every time we talk, but I have to. There are a few people in this scene that I genuinely like as human beings and genuinely respect. So I was like, the fuck is going on in this cruel world? I was like, not that I wish ill on people, but there's plenty of people I much would have rather had this happen to than Lycan, you know? Like,
I appreciate that in its own dark way.
Yeah, in a dark way. So
yeah.
Troy, did you ask that question? I asked that question.
I did.
Right?
Well, the question, the last question we asked, wasn't it about his schedule, right?
Oh yeah. You asked about his schedule, which that's right, yeah. Because I was gonna ask basically the same thing. I was gonna be like, take us through a day in your life. Was like one of the questions here. So Troy scooped it up. So this one is did you see what Dezichu and Leon were talking about like the Z-ping and callouts? Did you see that Twitter thread?
I saw Dez tweeted a crazy thread. I remember.
Did you read it? Because if Lycan didn't read it, then the question's not going to make any sense. But
I mean, like I have my own opinions on it, but I don't. If it's too confusing, then it's fine.
I can pull up while we're doing it. So the question was if you had any thoughts on the thread, because Dez kind of landed himself in a little bit of hot water by saying that he didn't dislike the Z ping and that it wasn't that big of a deal. And then he did the thing where it's like you say something and then you get shit on, and then you try to explain it and it's not good enough, and then you try to explain what you were explaining and that's not good enough. So you just kind of have to keep explaining it. I'm trying to find it. How much does Desichu tweet? Holy shit.
No.
Isn't that kind of like the worst though, bro? When you're sitting down with your phone, a couple times.
It's hell.
Or you like, you line up your keyboard. You're like, I got this great idea. Like I'm gonna, and then you hit send, and you're like, yes. Yeah. And then you get like 20 notifications, and you're like, oh no, like, okay.
So this is what he said. He said, let's put this to bed properly, and I'll explain my comments on the yellow ping skill, knowledge, communication. Lots of people wrongly quoting me and taking what I said way out of context and assuming without understanding. TLDR is that effective communications of map callouts are skillful, as is communicating actions as a result of the yellow ping, but map callouts as a concept are not skillful. They are just knowledge.
Is this where the meme comes from? This is the meme.
What?
The skillful callouts meme. I didn't have a clue where this meme came from. All right, keep going. Sorry.
So he said map callouts as a concept are not skillful. They are just knowledge based on names and words. Yellow pings do not damage skill. So basically he argues that I've used this a few times to explain why I feel map callouts, the knowledge, not the use of, are not skillful. He talks about League of Legends and says that they added respawn timers for jungle camps. At the time, a lot of people hated the change. You're removing skill. You're making the game too easy. You're hurting top level. No one cares because you've enabled skill to be used by removing the need to store, enabling redundant, unimportant knowledge. Instead of reminding your team you have an objective spawning in 60 seconds, you can instead begin coordinating better. You don't need to scramble because you forget it was respawning. You can coordinate around objectives better. It raised overall health, blah, blah.
I don't really agree with his correlation to League because Leagues is a little different, and that's going into something that I don't think most people will really enjoy. But if you ever want to go look at jungle camps or flash timers or anything ridiculous like that, go look up a YouTube video from a pro. I think he's Korean or Chinese. His name's Doin B. I'm telling you, he never sends chats. What he does is he will hit enter, and he has a ton of timers, and he types them while he's playing, and then he hits escape, so it won't send it. So the next time you hit enter, he'll see the timers again. And he's got timers for so many things going on. Mm-hmm. And I honestly think that's to a point where it is ridiculous. But I think Z pinging removes a lot of the skilled communication. I don't yeah, sure. The meme is callouts aren't skillful, they're memorized, which I thought it's a funny copy pasta. I didn't know where it came from.
It just blew up our chat, by the way. I was just
I think the Z pinging to the point that it is kind of cheap when you're talking about the best players in the world. There's some kills that you get even when you're the guy that gets the kill mid-match. You break your kind of mental focus, and you're I cannot believe I just got that, and then you keep going, because before that Z pinging ever came out, there was no way you were ever going to get that. And so I do get the point where people are saying you only should be able to ping equipment, or have the red pings. You shouldn't have the yellow pings on people's feet. It's unfair. I will say that the meta kind of made that even worse, because people sit still a lot in the current meta, so you can fry people with Z pings because they're sitting behind shields, or it's way turtled up. So maybe we'll see that change a little bit. But I do think that you don't have to have as much coordination with your team because of these Z pings. You can say a guy is rug, right? Which rug for us is the top of the White Stairs coastline. You can say a guy's rug, but when that guy's swinging either down Theater Hall or coming out a luggage door, he has to find the guy rug. We don't have coordinate positions other than that. So you can say rug by the window, or something like that to give them a little bit better guess. But when you Z ping them, they're coming around and they're pre-firing it. and that guy stands no chance. And I think that needs to be taken away.
There's gonna be some people tweeting about what BEAULO just tweeted about. And he said that another change with catcher operators, they are less efficient when stacked together. Previously, the first catcher to interact with a projectile would win when no other catcher would try to interact with it. This is no longer the case. If a Wamai is close to a Jaeger, previously the disc would catch the projectile, but the Jaeger would ignore it. Now, if the disc brings the projectile into range of the ADS will zap the projectile, wasting both the disc and the ADS charge, which is very
Poor
nice.
defenders, man.
Hmm?
I said poor defenders.
Nah, fuck them.
It's
That one alone.
Yeah, I'm excited for this new. The game's going to change drastically, and we're going to see who adapts. Well, I don't actually. This is sad because we're not going to figure out who adapts the fastest, because the next thing we get to see is in February, if we have SI, right? So I guess we'll see the SI quals, but that won't be the big teams playing. That'll be the teams trying to fight for their last chance spots or whatever. And also too, I don't know if all of those are going to be streamed. I know a lot of people like to hide the streams, whatever, but I don't know if we'll really get to see what all this new stuff is for a long time. So that's going to be the craziest part of all of it, because the game's going to change a lot.
I want to talk about the Z-ping thing that Des said, and just way down, and just really quickly before we get to Canadian's question. There's a really great video from Rafa, probably one of the greatest FPS players of all time. He plays for Liquid, he plays Quake. And there's a really great match that he does where he literally breaks down an entire match against his opponent. And by doing so, he talks repeatedly about timers. There are no timers in Quake. There is a timer up top, and you have to manually remember what all the timers are for the different armor shards, for the different weapons, for the different armor pieces, etc. when those buffs are up. And map control in Quake is effectively how quickly you can rotate and get all of those without losing the timers. And your opponent knows the timers as well, so they know that red armor is up in 4 seconds. You're going to be coming for it right away before you go off to go get rockets, for example. So they're going to be guarding it and camping it, and you have to try to predict that. And there's a lot behind it. Do I think that it would be a weaker game if there were timers above all of it? It wouldn't necessarily change it, no. But at the same time, it is impressive, and the way that you adapt around that is skillful. So I can kind of see what Des is saying, is he's saying that by removing the fact that you can't communicate something, you can now coordinate better around that information because the information is more precise. I think there's some legitimacy there. At the same time, I don't like that we have taken communication out of the equation for a lot of this. That's just a stylistic change on my behalf.
I'll also say too, from the game's perspective, I actually really like Z-pinging, because even if I was going to play ranked with Skies, and then also too, we're playing with Crazy. All three of us, we have different call outs for things. Skies will say some ridiculous, they say Tetris for something, which I think is the boxes and dining for Villa. I think other teams use that call out too, but we don't. So I have to think about what Tetris is. So the Z-ping along with that, while you're playing with friends who have all different call outs, or also too, you don't have enough call outs if you're just a casual player. I do like Z-pinging for that. I think I'm more of just behind it for not being in comp play.
I mean, the thing for me is, I would take Z-pinging out of comp play, but I think that it is one of the best advancements for casual Rainbow Six, especially in Europe. One of my greatest frustrations when I lived in Europe was, hi, I'm a North American, I only speak one language. So it's, and the other thing too is that a lot of Europe is like that. A lot of Germans don't speak other languages. A lot of French, don't speak anything other than French. A lot of Brits don't speak anything other than English. It's hell when you end up in a match where it's 2 people are Italian, 1 person's Russian, and 1 person is French, and only 2 people in the lobby can communicate with each other. And the only common uniting factor is that everybody knows slurs. It's you're not gonna do well. Yeah. So it's you're trying to coordinate and be come over here, blah, blah, blah. It's hard to do that, but a ping is obviously a way to help that. I like it very much. I just don't think it should be in comp play, that's all. But
yeah, agreed.
Also, I hate that I have to say Z-ping. It kills me every fucking time. Maybe I should just say yellow ping like Des does. Anyway, sorry, Troy, yours.
Yeah. I was gonna ask this question from Iodize. It's actually the most recent question. Where do you feel like each player fits into the puzzle of a team? Obviously, there's rules, but outside of Siege, what are some of the personal characteristics that make them fit so well with the group of guys you have? I don't even think you should do it specifically like with our team necessarily. I just think it's an interesting question in general. Like, yeah,
I don't know how to answer it if I'm not gonna talk about our team.
Yeah, I guess.
Because like the reason why our team is the way it is because that's the way I like decided to build it. And I am very like, if you ever talk to me about anything, I'm very teamwork driven. I believe in one unit moving together towards a common goal, and I don't believe that is the only way that you can do it. But that is the way that I believe you can always be the most consistent. And I think that if you are the best at being that like teamwork driven team, you'll beat any other play style. That's like why I think it's the best is if you have like individual players who are nasty, you can still beat them because you're working together and they're not. And so I do feel like you need some kind of player who's on your team that is very like kind of demanding, I guess. I don't know how to say it. Someone that really wants things to be a certain way, and you need a couple people who are okay and loose with like it being fine that it's like they just want to be like a part of the team and allow it to be that way, because you can't like have no goal, like no common goal, because when the game starts getting hard, you need that one person to be like, I need this, and then everyone can kind of like focus and gather around that. And I feel like Rampy and Fultz are really good at examples of guys who are just kind of like, just tell me what like we're supposed to be doing, because like I'm totally down to like do it to win it, and like and I think you and Bosco are like more of the like, look, like we need to do this, like I need it to be this way. And I think Bosco's probably the most of way like that on our team, and he's very vocal about it, which I love about him. And like I think when he came to our team, it's like when we really, our dynamic changed and it started to really like see its like true potential. Because I think Bosco is just like, he goes through it on site, and I like that he's able to communicate his problems. And then we kind of have the guy who's, I don't know how to explain Nate, but he's just like, along for the ride and like just wants to win. And he's like just wants to do like his part, and all parts of like the team that we have are very driven around things need to be said out loud, because there's teams that like they can like not really talk to each other, or they can go silent and they can win or lose rounds, and it's not like they don't get mad at each other because things aren't said. But like when we lose and like things aren't being said, like we know right away like our communication is bad, like people need to talk, like we need to say things, and like that's how we just like work as a team. And so I think that it's really easy for us to fall off performance if we're not like all contributing to that. So that's how you can see us like lose games. But I do think that like when we are on point, you can't do anything, you won't win. And I think that's kind of too a little bit of like what you see with Empire, right? Like they fell off because like the teamwork and stuff, we were talking about that earlier. But like now, like all of them, you can kind of see them coming back and on the same page, and they beat the team that everyone thought was unbeatable. So I just love that kind of play, man. Like when you win a round with teamwork like that, there's no better feeling. You're just like, damn, like let's go, like good round. So
the last question I'm going to ask, then Troy will get the very last question after that, is what goes into determining whether or not a role/position swap is necessary? AKA, when do you decide that a player is not performing their best in a certain spot?
I think that's kind of you see that through play, really. I think a good example, like we had Troy trying to IGL and on our entry when he first came on, and then we all like saw like we couldn't get the IGLing done the way that we had envisioned when he joined the team. We had to change it. It needed to be changed to make it work. And so like you just kind of, it's like you see that things aren't working, but you know that it's like not, I don't know how to say, it's like not your fault. Like, you know, you don't want to get rid of the person. Like, you know, it's like something's going wrong internally. Like, you got to figure out how to move people around that way. I think that sometimes teams use role changes to like bring in something new, which I think is good. But usually you'll see them eventually at some point go back to what their real roles are, because I do feel like most players have like a specific thing that they're very good at. I think it can change over time too, as like you get older. People joke about you moving to support, but there's a very specific reason why that happens. Not because you suck. There's a specific reason why that happens, and like you just kind of you're either like, you know, you're a vertical top down player, or you're like just a really good like entry fragger. Like you can see people really quick when you come around the corner. Everyone kind of has their little niche. Like Nade's very patient, so he's insane on the flank watch. You know, like there's some flank watchers that see a person and they'll go for him. Nade will like make that person make the mistake, you know, and like that makes him so good at like what he does. And there you know, when you see a person, you're like, they don't really belong on that. And I think Troy kind of hit on it before. Like, there's not a lot of good IQ players in the world. There's not. And you can see a lot of people when they are either running through sight, like, and the execute's going down, they're the IQ, or you see the IQ planting, and you're like, what is this guy doing? Like, you know, there's a lot of times where you can tell, like, that guy's not an IQ player. And, or I think even worse, like, they're on the scanner too much, or they're not on the scanner enough. Like, I think there's a lot of ways that you can tell, and you just got to be honest with yourself, which I think is a big problem with a lot of people in this game. Is they're too scared to be honest because they don't want to lose their spot. But like most of the time when you're honest, you can find a better spot for you before you get kicked.
That's a good way of putting it.
All right. My final question. How do your kids view your job? Do they understand what you coach, and do they follow esports?
They do kind of follow esports, but like at the very low level. They watch our games because that's like very exciting to them, and they like know all of you guys, and like they cheer on. They all have their favorites or whatever. But for the most part, I play Fortnite with my son, but he doesn't watch any like Fortnite streams. It pains me, but I love playing games with him, so I play it. But like, yeah, Fortnite's not really my thing. They watch like Among Us YouTube videos, you know, like they're at the very young stage. They watch a lot of YouTube videos that has to deal with video games. They know that like I'm a coach, but like I don't think they really understand what that means. Like they do play soccer and flag football and baseball, and they have coaches, but it's like, you know, the coach just tells them what to do, and like that's like the only thing they really see for now. And then like also too, like the reason why I laughed at the question was because my middle, he dressed up as an astronaut for Halloween because he wanted to be like his dad. So there's the part where they don't really get the whole concept, but it is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
That is the cutest thing that's ever been said on this show.
Yes.
Like, absolutely adorable.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that is the perfect note and very on brand for you to end on.
Yes, right.
I think we have spoken many times on a variety of different platforms, and I cannot say that there has ever been a bad conversation to be had. I don't think you give bad interviews, but I always enjoy getting to interview an awful lot. I think that SSG is very lucky to have you. Not even if you're not a good coach, which you are a very good coach. But even if you aren't a good coach, I think they are lucky to have you for your presence and your maturity. And I think for younger players, even having just that fatherly figure around to make them eat their vegetables and stay off of Twitter is very important. So, and I like that we've been able to spend a great portion of this show talking about things that don't necessarily happen in the server, but very much affect what happens in the server, because there's an entire world outside of the game that people forget about, and it matters a lot. And I think you live and breathe that with all the placards behind you as well. So,
Yes.
so on behalf of both Troy and myself, thank you for joining us. Before we go, as a courtesy, plug your socials for people to find you so that you can never stream and upset your fan base, which has been in here.
Yeah, I used to be Lycan R6 on everything. The only exception now is my Twitter. I have the OG Lycan tag, just at Lycan. Everything else, Instagram and Twitch, I am Lycan R6. Yeah, and I do honestly try to stream. I do, and I do try to take Instagram pictures, but those both I fail miserably at. If you want to like interact with me content wise, Twitter's almost always the best place to go. I'm always tweeting, trying to reply to some people, and I'm very active on that.
Well, there you have it. And as always, for those of you that are here through YouTube, there will be links down below for all of Lycan's social platforms in hopes that you give them a follow. This was our 19th episode. We're going to break 20. There will be no episode next week because it's the major. So we're going to take at least a week off. I don't know what's going to happen after that. Hopefully we'll be back the weekend after. We might be moving back to Thursdays. Maybe we'll do Sundays. We don't really know. Schedule is up in the air. However, if you are in our Discord, which I will ensure that the Discord link is actually in the video this time around, you'll be able to see what happens next. I would strongly encourage you to do all that. Thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend. The US Major is coming up next weekend. The NA Major. Tune in. SSG will be playing in it. Take care of yourselves and enjoy the rest of your night.